7:03 and we're recording.
All right, thank you, everyone. At this time, I will call to order Verona Borough Council Workshop Meeting for Tuesday, March 29th, 2022. Please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call. Christine,
Dave Matlin,
present.
Joey Warren,
present.
Ray Suchovich,
Present.
Sylvia Provenza,
Present.
Chris Redzak Showalter, present. Vince Flota,
Present.
Rhoda Wharf,
Present.
David Recupero,
Present.
Christine DeRunk, present.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I will ask council and mayor and staff if are there any emergency additional agenda items? No? Okay. And just a few quick comments about the meeting. So we have a very packed agenda tonight. As everyone can probably tell, this is most definitely going to be a very long meeting. I just wanted to see if there's any agenda items on the agenda that are informational only or not urgent that could possibly be eliminated or tabled for a future meeting in order to streamline things. Just putting that out there now that everyone's seen the agenda after it was fully developed and finished. Not putting any pressure, but just wanted to mention that due to the number of items. So, and then just a reminder to everyone on our meeting format. So this is a workshop meeting. Workshops are for council to discuss and work on potential policies and actions or other items that may be acted on at a future meeting. Business meetings, which be held the second Tuesday of the month. These are for reporting informational updates to the public, committee reports, taking action on policies and items that have been workshopped or gone through workshop. There's always a few exceptions to that for emergencies, but that's just a reminder to the public and everyone on the board what we're doing. So, so our form of government, boroughs and PA, we don't follow a town hall. So the discussions during the main portion of the meeting are generally for persons on the dais only. We allow public comment at the beginning and at the end of each meeting. This is the same as we've done for quite a while. We have registered comments. Like right now, tonight we have 3 registered comments. For the registered comments, typically, if it is something that requires action or feedback from the council, we will allow question and answers from council when necessary. The unregistered public comments before and end of the meeting, those are not intended to be a Q&A format, just so everyone's aware. And this is the same as what we've done in the past. I just want it to be clear to everyone at council as well, that to keep the meeting streamlined, to keep it efficient, and so that everyone understands. And so I'm just asking everyone on the dais to help keep us on task tonight. If you see that we're straying from the agenda, please speak up. Hope that doesn't happen. And again, we welcome comments from the public. We just need to keep it in a streamlined, orderly fashion so that we don't spiral off track. So with that, we will turn now to comments from the public on agenda related items only. Council will hear these comments at this time. Please approach the podium or raise your virtual hand. Clearly state your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Dave, we have to announce we do executive session also.
Thank you. So first, I don't see any
No virtual
comments
hands or-
virtual. Did you have a comment? Okay, go ahead.
Kimberly Roller 853 first.
Yeah, thank you. You will have to turn it on. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Kimberly Roller 853 First Street. Is it working now?
I see that it's moving over here. Yeah. Thank you.
Perfect. So I just wanted to make everyone aware, I did submit the landscaping Resnac details and the garden club's assessment to everyone's emails. If you did not receive that, we did send that over just to confirm. And so we did do a basic review of Resnac and the current landscaping spaces. I just wanted to make everybody aware that that was completed. Please note that there were some spots that I can't tell whether a plant was alive or not. I did my best. So just to confirm, that is not an end all and be all of the current vegetation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
Thank you. We still have no virtual hands raised at this point.
Okay, so thank you, Vince. We did have an executive session immediately prior to this meeting. One part was about training of the board. And then there were several different employee personnel issues and two legal issues. There were two employee personnel issues and two legal issues that were discussed. So just to announce that, thanks for the reminder. So at this time, we will hear registered comments from the public. The first registered comment is Kyle Webster for AJ Demore Tower.
Thank you. My name is Kyle Webster. I'm general counsel of Action Housing. Action Housing is the parent company of the owner of the AJ Demore Towers building for right now. We are actually in the process of selling the building. As you may know, it's a low-income housing tax credit building. There's 61 units for senior citizens who are low-income, age 62 and older. Building was built in 1995. Action Housing acquired it in 2004. Our hope is to actually sell it this week to another affordable housing nonprofit entity, and it'll be owned by an entity called AHH Demore LLC. The reason for my ask here today is because this is a low-income housing tax credit building, it also has home funds, which is a HUD funding source in the building, as well as it accepts Section 8. It is subjected to multiple inspections by both federal and state entities on a regular basis. So we're asking for a waiver of the Property Maintenance Code, Section 174-2F 113.3 requirement of the borough, which is that every unit be fully inspected prior to sale. The inspections that this building undergoes are of a higher scrutiny than what it would be subjected to under this. And I just wanted to avail myself to any questions you may have, which is why I'm here.
Can we receive that information?
Yeah, I sent a letter to the borough.
I'm
And
saying
it has everything in it that I just said.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
have it in your packet.
No, but I'm saying after the inspections.
You want
Can
copies
we-
of the actual inspection?
Yeah, I know the letter. I don't care
Right.
about the letter. I want to know let's say, what are your requirements?
Great.
What did you see? What did you do? What did you improve?
So we
You know.
produced, I produced copies of the code that informs the inspection as well as the inspection form. When HUD does inspections, they don't give you an inspection report, they give you a score. And I can tell you in the most recent inspection, we got a 97, and that's out of 100, which is a pretty decent score. The vast majority of buildings are well below that. This building is decently maintained. It is currently managed by NDC Property Management, which will continue to be the management company post the sale. But in terms of getting you actual report, the LIHTC, which is low-income housing tax credits, it's done by PHFA, Pennsylvania Housing Finance Agency. They do produce a report. The most recent report is from 2018 because for COVID, LIHTC inspections were suspended. They started those back up in October. Our inspection for this building is in the next 2 months. But I can also ensure that the new owners get you the updated report. I'm also happy to get you the most recent report as well.
So what you're asking for is the borough to waive the borough inspection with our code enforcement officer anytime a building is resold.
Absolutely, yeah, for this building, yes, because of the fact that this building is held to a higher scrutiny than most rental properties that would be sold in this borough. Yes.
So higher scrutiny, does that mean that it's the same exact inspection points?
So the inspection as defined under your code is fairly vague. The inspection that we are subjected to is a very point-by-point inspection based upon both HUD and Treasury guidance. So there's actual it's points like making sure that the vent is clean, making sure, so it's very, very item by item. It's a full inspection of the entire building that happens at least every 2 years.
Do you have like a list of what your qualifications are for an individual who is applying there?
Yeah, so for this building, it has to be 62 years of age or older, and you have to be at or below 60% AMI. That's the area median income. So that has to be your household income. For the vast majority of the tenants, their sole source of income is Social Security. And so that would generally naturally put them under that threshold. That is the requirement. You also do technically have to be a US citizen, and there's a few other things that
Right.
probably aren't as relevant.
You said the last inspection was 2018?
The last state inspection was 2018, yes.
Was there another one? after?
There has been a HUD inspection since then,
And that was,
in 2021, back in November.
okay. Also just curious why the selling?
We are selling, to be completely candid, when there is a buyer that is also a affordable housing nonprofit, we generally jump at that opportunity because it means that our long-term mission is met with the building and we're able to take that capital to do additional affordable development. That is our mission as an organization. And that is one of the ways that we are able to ensure that we can continue to do it. We have multiple funding sources that come in. That's one of them.
Great.
Right now, there's a market for buying these buildings because of American Rescue Plan dollars being discounted. Candid, there's a lot more buying happening right now than normal, which we are very open to because again, it allows us to do more affordable development. Which we also would be happy to do in Verona if anyone wants to talk about that, but that could be for another time.
Any other questions for anyone on the dais? No? Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you, Mr. Webster.
Thank you.
We're acting on this
We are.
later.
resolution for it.
Okay. All right, the next registered comment is Tim Roberts and or Brandon Robesh regarding street closure for filming.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. My name is Tim Roberts. I'm representing a company called Pixel Lab Studios. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Representing a company called Pixel Lab Studios. We're a video production company. Our client is called Cruise Control. They're a traffic control and road flagging service. So we've produced videos in the past, and we're producing another video that we're looking for a permit to not necessarily close down a street, but to be able to let them do what they do best, and that's basically control traffic for a small section of streets. So we're hoping to do is get permits to basically turn it into a one-lane road. That would be during an evening and nighttime. The section of road we're looking at, I believe it's considered to be daily way. There's a Cruise Control has a warehouse rented in that industrial park. That's right on Plum Street there. There's a section of daily way that's away from houses. It's basically at the entrance of the parking lot there. We were looking to basically utilize that space because one, it's away from any residential houses. We don't want to do any nighttime filming and have these guys do what they do, which is set up a traffic control zone, which would include a couple light towers. We don't want to interrupt the houses that are in that area if it's during the nighttime, as well as it's a section that's very easily controllable for them. We don't want to close the street down, but what we do want to do is, because we have a small crew filming to keep everything as safe as possible, let the traffic control company do what they do best. So I'm basically here. I know we've submitted or at least Cruise Control has submitted a permit application already, but I'm here to basically answer any questions you guys have.
Yeah. Would you have any displays of light or sound that would be interrupting people for this duration of time? Or is there, anything that we should know about
Yeah.
equipment that'll be generators running for
Absolutely.
hours?
Yeah, so we don't need to film any audio at all, but there will obviously be the light towers themselves run off generators. So those will make generator sounds that you normally would hear from a light tower. They're basically this typical portable light towers you see at construction zones. I assume we probably have 2 or 3 of those set up. Again, that's also partially for the video. It's also partially for safety because we're going to have
Similar to a construction site with the rumble
Correct.
of a generator.
Correct. Yeah, we're not actually doing construction, but there will be at least those 3 generators and a couple of smaller generators that run our small lights as well.
No sirens, no alarms. It's primarily visual.
Correct.
Is this going to be for a movie film?
Not a movie film. Part of it's gonna be for a recruiting video for this company, and then part of it's gonna be for a marketing video for this company called Cruise Control. And again, they are ironically enough, they're a traffic control company that we're asking
Yeah,
to
I've
also
seen, yeah,
control traffic for us as we film as well.
Yeah.
Where he's talking is really off the beaten path.
yeah.
It's not gonna bother
It
anybody.
is.
I have no problem.
I was hoping he was going to bring the Tom
I
Cruise
know.
movie.
I
in.
wish.
It's up in Oakmont.
Believe
Run
me,
that
I wish
film.
I did that work
The
too.
Tom Cruise movie up there.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
Tom Cruise.
It's off, yeah, it's off.
I do have a
filming.
concern with the
Yeah.
date. I was wondering if you are married to the 25th of May?
We are not married to any particular date in May. We're basically looking mid to late May is sort of our date range, but a lot of it does depend on location, so. Yeah,
We already have a street closure in effect for that weekend, so I would hesitate to do something that would further increase people having to take. like,
What are you having over the parade?
May 21st, Bonnie Booth.
Oh, I thought he said closer to the end of the month.
That he did. so
yeah,
you
beginning to
can-
end. of-
Right, right.
I think we're still looking at Saturday. As
That
our-
shouldn't-
a
Like if
Saturday
you're
night.
shooting for the 28th, yeah.
And where did you say cruise control is based?
Cruise control is based out of Cranberry.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Will you need anything from my police department?
I don't think we would unless you guys required having off.
No, I was
police
just,
officers there,
you know,
but
if you
no.
needed anything.
No, as long as we notify them with, what's
Yeah.
happening in case someone drives by and says, hey, there's a bunch of people filming this.
Right.
These gentlemen that are controlling traffic, but
Well, he submitted for a permit, right, Christine? So,
Yeah, there's a copy here. I mean, I had to sort of use since our street closure permit's not finished yet.
right.
let's See later in the agenda,
Okay.
we just kind of had to use this one.
The special, yeah.
Yeah, just because there was no other good place to put it.
is there any other Saturdays that would be better throughout May, basically?
What's closed that day, Trish?
East Railroad.
East Railroad.
Right
East
here.
Railroad.
Coffee and booze.
Which Botany and Booze, that's the third weekend.
Mhm.
But the last weekend, the only day we'd be concerned about is Monday because of the
Monday.
parade. But other than that,
So the only day I think we're married to is just a Saturday.
right,
That's
well,
what
the
we're hoping
28th, yeah,
28th is a Saturday?
yeah. it's a Saturday.
I would suggest that.
Okay, we can definitely probably push that. I'll double check with
Mhm.
everyone involved, but do we need to submit another permit for that date then?
Christine, does he have to change the,
No, we can just
You can
confirm
do
it.
that. Okay,
Once, so I don't know if you or, I think her name was Lauren.
Lauren,
Laura?
yeah, Lauren, PG
Lauren.
Marino, yeah.
If she can just give me a call and confirm the date that the 28th actually works.
Okay.
And no need to fill out a new permit.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I'll see if we can secure that date for us and,
okay,
happy to do it a little bit later. Maybe it'll be warmer and less rainy, so.
good luck.
Thank you. Any other questions you guys have? for me?
So I apologize. I'm not clear on where exactly this is. I was looking at the address on the sheet.
It's over by the cannon.
Yeah.
You know where Daly's is?
Yeah. So it's that whole section of road.
Yeah, it's okay if I step forward and show you
Sure.
kind of my phone.
And you're doing you're just closing one lane.
Correct.
So it's not like people won't be able to access their
Exactly.
houses. Okay.
And we have filmed in this one before up in Cranberry, so
Okay.
we'll stop traffic momentarily.
Mhm.
And I let them take charge of that stuff. 'Cause
Mhm.
They're the experts, and to me, I want to make sure my crew's safe.
Yeah.
We're a small production, we're crew of 5 people, it's not a
Yeah.
big production, so.
So, and they'll do all the flagging and,
Correct.
Whatnot
Yeah,
anyway,
my
so-
crew does not do any of that. I let
Yeah,
the
they
people
do
that
it.
do it
Okay.
best. Yeah. So if you see this section of Daily Way here, if you are familiar at all. We probably will close this starting over here. And then probably up here, there's actually a stop sign up there. We close off just a little further. up.
okay, so it's,
Is this correct?
which that's,
That looks correct, I believe.
Part of High Street.
Yeah, by the cannon up there.
Mhm.
Then it goes on to Selden.
Maybe that's not correct, actually.
that looks different. than-
Yeah.
I thought you were down further.
Yeah, we're definitely down for it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, thank you. No problem. If you look up
I
Conco
don't-
Systems.
yeah, I probably don't need this. Thank
Yeah.
you, Trish.
I'm not gonna distract everyone.
Tim, I have a question.
Yes.
So you're closing down traffic one lane and then so there will be traffic that's permitted to go on the other lane.
Correct.
Will that traffic be part of the filming?
No,
Okay,
no, we will have a few vehicles on our end that when we need that traffic in the shots,
okay,
then we will use our own people and our vehicles for that.
thank you.
No, it's a great question. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Will you be providing flaggers? Because there are businesses on that road that around that time might be getting out of work or changing shifts.
Yeah,
So
100%. The flaggers that are there, if we're not filming with one, they'll be working. But the ones we are filming will just be a flagger for that moment, but not an actual flagger. So yeah, there's gonna be plenty of flagger crew
I was
there.
giving you background that there's a couple companies there that they might be changing shifts
Not a
during
problem.
that, so.
Yeah, not a
Like
problem.
it's off the beaten path, but you might get a little
Yeah,
rush. or
yeah, there's
something.
industrial apartments right there, so I would expect there'd be a night shift crew from some of those places.
Okay.
Thank you for that information.
And I think there are a few residences
Yeah,
just
notification.
past.
Just
maybe
past up that
just
way.
past
there it
here.
is. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if notification of them, in addition to the, letting those industrial.
It wouldn't
businesses
hurt.
know,
Yeah.
just so they're aware.
Yeah, it's a short,
in
cut to Dark
advance.
Hollow fields, and there's a lot of residents that cross over to Oak Creek that way.
Because the first thing they'll do when they see it is they'll probably contact the borough office and say,
Right.
why is the road shut down?
Right.
So,
I think it's common courtesy to do.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So who's notifying them? You're saying we are, or
Is-
you're saying that?
Is that something you ordinarily do, that you could reach out to the households? that
Yeah, I
handful?
mean, so
Yeah.
what we could do is print up a letter and maybe send to the households kind of along that
There's only
street.
like three or
You could do
four
a
houses
generic
on,
letter.
Yeah, there's not many.
Exactly.
I just
three or
don't
four
want,
at the beginning and three or four at the other end.
yeah, I just don't want them to be surprised. It
I
is,
think
The
it's a
over communication
courtesy.
that we
It's
heard
a
from last year.
courtesy.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's something we can absolutely do.
Well, if you want to work with the secretary, can we identify some of the homes and make sure that you notify them as well? And
Yeah.
that way there's no surprise.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Good luck.
Thank you.
any other questions? Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
And we'll, so someone from your office is gonna reach out with the date, confirm the date, right? And then, do we have to pass this at the next meeting or?
So,
Yeah.
I did not prepare a resolution because I didn't know what was gonna come
Uh-huh.
out tonight, so, we would have to formally vote at the business meeting
Okay.
in April. Which
Okay.
is the
2 weeks.
12th, I believe.
Okay.
Fall.
I'll make
With
sure
the
we
new date.
secure that date
With
for
the-
you.
And it would have with the new date and like, the provisions that we just outlined,
problem.
saying that there would be a flagging crew to direct in traffic that may be there and that cars present will
Sure.
not be filmed and
Mhm.
blah, 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 like
Okay.
all that kind of stuff, so that it's.
Yeah, no problem. Would you need one of us here to be with that vote as well?
I mean, I don't think
I
so.
wouldn't think.
Okay. That's great.
Yeah, I don't think so either unless you want to. And you could always join via Zoom too,
All right,
just
perfect.
to hear,
Okay.
that it,
That sounds great, guys. Appreciate
goes
that.
through, but I don't anticipate any other issues.
Yeah, and then typically, the day after the meeting is when I do all the follow-up with,
Okay.
although I'm on vacation that week, so that'll be interesting, but, somebody will reach out to you and
Sure.
let you know the thumbs up or thumbs down on
Your
it.
assistant can,
maybe.
Yeah, we can figure that out one way or another.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem. We'll make sure we get that date secured, send any further information, and then we'll get the addresses as well, so we can send that courtesy letter.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
thank you. Good luck.
all right. Next up, we have Angela Acapinti with the Verona newsletter.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I was just wondering, did everybody receive the letter that Donald drafted?
I passed it to
pass it on?
everybody, yeah. I
Okay.
passed it to everybody.
So I guess we'll just keep it brief. I mean, basically, we put our, what our balance is right now in our checking account. We're expecting a little bit more money in. But once we get everything in, our balance in the checking account will be 1874. But out of that, we have to pay, we do intend to file for our 501c3 status within the week. That's $250. So that would be subtract 250 from the 1874. We just received our bill from Rogers and DeTurk. And that bill was $24.94, I believe. I believe it's like $24.94.
It's written down there.
Yeah, but I don't have my glasses, so I'm winging it. Yeah. So as you can see, we are going to be a little bit short for this bill. So we are asking that the borough give us some sort of a buffer to help pay this bill. We may be able to reimburse the borough with the next issue, depending on how many ads we get. It's not guaranteed, but we do need a bit of a buffer because we do not have enough money to pay for this bill. We were brainstorming ideas of how to possibly generate more money. We're talking about doing birth announcements, anniversaries, things like that, to try to generate more money for the newsletter. And obviously, once we could become a 501c3, we can go for donations and grants and things like that to help out. But in the interim, we just need a little bit of help with the bill. So we're just asking if there's any way to shift some money around, to give us a little bit of a buffer, so we don't have to struggle with these bills. We'd appreciate it. And then we have a lot of, she was very detailed, so you can see the breakdown of how much it costs to run the newsletter. Oh, you don't, okay. So just very quickly, I know that we're in a time crunch here. 2,250 issues of the newsletter are being printed. That's 24 pages in the issue. Times 2250 issues, 2,250 issues is 4,000 pages. $1,986. Ronald, you'll have to help me.
Okay, just basically the breakdown breaks down to 8 cents per page. That's 4 cents per side. That's basically what that was about. The $1,986, about 1,000 pages.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. I'm sorry. So that's the breakdown. And then roughly the postage is $369. That's been about the same for a while. It's fluctuated a little bit with the increase in stamp, the postage, but that was the breakdown of the postage. So we're really getting to about $2,400 per issue per quarter. And sometimes we can make it and sometimes we can't. Sometimes we run a little short. So.
And prices are going up. I talked to Ray Rogers, and he indicated to me that the prices are jumping rapidly now. Paper costs, printing costs, ink, delivery, all these things are impacting the cost of the newsletter. Things that we didn't anticipate, and he didn't anticipate as well,
Right.
which is impacting us all right now. So that's where we're at.
And for years, we actually had that in the budget.
Yeah, we
I
missed
know
it
this
year.
last time. I know that we've run into, a right here with,
Yeah.
finance and that's up, but
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sylvia and Donald and myself somehow missed that. We all saw something like $4,000. We saw it, and I think it was in for last year, but I think that was projected income. We read the budget wrong, or else I would have brought it up before you even voted on that budget. I thought all thought it was in there. So it's been in there for a lot of years. It went from 6, and then we told them to cut it down to 4 because we really didn't need $6,000.
but
So
not
they've
just-
always had it in there, but we missed it. It was our fault. We missed it. So.
But for years, you never touched it.
And we never touched it
That's
for
what I'm
many
saying,
years.
so-
So, I mean, you might have a slow month, but then the next month you pick up and then you have a little bit more money, then you can reimburse whatever the borough had put out or whatever, but yeah.
Quite honestly, I believe if you check the records very carefully, you may find that actually more money was put in than we took out to pay the bill. So I think we made a slight increase in profit for the borough. Well, we kept those accurate records to that degree or not, but it all went into the general account.
Yeah, when it went into the general account, it was really hard to track. Yeah, it wasn't separated. So now everything's separated, now everything's different, but prior, everything went to a general account. It was really hard to track how much we were bringing in, how much they were paying out. It wasn't very accurate, but it's fixed now. It's fixed now, so.
With this financial situation that we have now, and I being on the board, I'm very aware of what's been going on. I'd like to make a suggestion. We had 2 sets of money come into the borough. First set was, we sold the dump truck. We sold it for 37,000 more than we had anticipated. So we've got extra money there. Also, there was money that came in, and I believe it was taxes that were back owing to us. So is there any way that we can have something out of one of those 2 accounts? And I hate to ask, we've never asked before. I have always generated more than enough money to pay the complete bill for the newsletter. This is a first for us. And
Yeah,
Once
so
we
if there's
get our
anything that you can do,
501c3,
if
I
there's
think
any
we're
way
gonna
to
be
shift some
better
money
off.
around just to help us out a little bit until we get our status, and we'd appreciate it.
Does anyone else have any other questions for?
I do. I'm not sure honestly what the borough can do, but I was wondering on an individual basis, is there a GoFundMe where individual citizens can make a contribution to,
Well, you
sponsoring
can't
the
keep
newsletter?
going to GoFundMe. The thing is,
but just for this small gap?
I
What's the
really
gap again?
think that we could find money to
It's
do
it's just
that.
a couple
It's like
$100.
$500.
Yeah,
I really
That-
think
that's
we
for
can
this
afford to
quarter.
pay for
Yeah.
that.
And it's a one-time
Yeah.
500 to catch you up?
Yes, right now it is. Yes, right now for this issue it is. Yeah, I don't know the next quarter, what it's gonna be for the next quarter. We don't know how many ads we're gonna get, and we don't know what the bill's gonna be. So, but for this time, right now, we're even. I've just paid Christine the money that she put out for the January issue, so we don't owe any money,
We're
but
paid with that.
we're paid off for that one, but this new one is 2,400, and we have the 1,800 minus the 250, so I think it's gonna be more than, it's gonna end up being more than.
You know what, though,
500.
you can cut the content next issue.
Yeah.
So
we
I
can
don't
ch-
think you'll end up in this predicament again.
Yeah, we can watch it a little bit more closely the next issue, but what's happening is Sylvia's getting so many ads, and that's raising, I mean, that's our income, but it's
Mhm.
also adding to our pages.
Mhm.
And we might have to limit some of the articles to certain amount of room, you know,
Right,
you get a
right,
certain
right.
space, you can't use a full page maybe. So we're thinking of ways to cut back and try to get the bill done, but for this particular instance, we are gonna need probably more than 500 because it's 24 and some change, almost 2,500. And we're only at 18, but then you gotta take 250 out for the 501c3 that we have to file within the week, so.
600.
Again, they're fine, you're looking for other, alternative approaches to this too. But also putting it on the website would also be,
Yeah,
so I mean, they're brainstorming
yeah, we
of
intend
how
to do
to
that
not
too,
be
yeah,
in this position again.
yeah, we intend to
So-
put it on the website.
And it's a means of communication. We have no newspaper.
Yeah, right, but we still want the newsletter to go out and be in the hands of
Absolutely, yeah.
of everybody, of all the
Once
residents.
We get the nonprofit
501c3.
status, I think we can start applying for
Grants,
contributions.
yeah.
Contributions, yeah, and donations and things like that.
You can go for
And
grants,
the
too.
postage, we'll save on the postage with the 501c3, we'll save on money with the postage, so. What?
Little savings. If
Okay.
my calculations are probably not exactly correct, but I would estimate that we could save in a year's time.
Per year,
$1,147 approximately.
between postage and taxes.
I guess we wouldn't pay taxes for nonprofit. I understand.
wouldn't. You're right.
So, and postage would be cut in half.
Mhm,
So the total savings per year would be like $1,000.
mhm.
So that's good news.
what's the timeline for becoming a nonprofit for a newsletter?
I don't know.
Took the garden club 3 months, but that's a garden club. It took it like 2 or 3 months. It didn't take that long. So I don't know. I think they give you a timeline, and I think it's anywhere from 2.5 or 3 months up to a year. I guess it just depends on how quickly they do the paperwork and stuff like that. So hopefully a couple months, I would hope.
Now, for the record, Oakmont pays their newsletters postage. That's
Yes.
told me by.
Could Legal Zoom speed that up? Does Legal Zoom do 501c3s? They do everything else.
They're
They do
easy to do. They're
LLCs.
not hard to do.
Oh,
And we can do them
okay.
online. We did, that's how we did the garden club. I have
Okay.
somebody to do it.
Okay.
We're just doing our bylaws and our
Right,
mission
right.
statement and all that like we should do. So,
Well,
yeah.
you're
We-
taking
we-
the steps. You're
yeah,
taking the
we're
steps.
trying to move in the right direction and everything, but until we get there, we just need a little bit of help. Okay,
Okay.
good,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you.
And this is on the agenda for further discussion as an item for council, just so everyone's aware. To discuss, what our thoughts are on this, but thank you, Angela and Don, for the presentation and for the letter. All right. Next would be discussion items from advisory boards and commissions. There are none tonight. Next then we have our main discussion items. So the first up is item number 1, police car lettering, cameras, and J. Costa grant scope, presented by Mayor Recupero and Christine.
Mayor, did you want to start or you want me to start?
You can go ahead and start.
Okay, I'm going to, oh, it says it's disabled. I'm going to just share something so we can sort of keep track of some numbers. There it is. Okay, so when what we've been calling the J. Costa grant, this is this public safety grant, was applied for, we had requested $97,500, and then we were awarded $75,000. And there were some estimates made for the various items, not, and some of those estimates were different from what reality turned out to be. And so the important thing to know about this grant is that we need to spend all of the money by June 30th of this year, which means we need to actually spend the money in May. So there's time to get all of the invoices and then process the checks and have them mailed out. So we really have, let's go with 6 weeks to spend this money, 8 weeks tops to spend all the money. So we need to figure out how we're going to adjust the scope, given that pricing isn't quite what we thought it may have been. And so in this in column B that's highlighted now where it says grant, that shows what we had estimated, and then this mouse is really something. Column C shows what we have either spent already or what's being proposed via a quote. And then if there's nothing there, it's because we either don't have a quote or we haven't made any decision about doing that. And so we just need to prioritize and figure out how we're gonna spend the money. This $43,000 that's highlighted in yellow is the amount that we still need to spend. So for once, I'm giving you news. It's not a negative number where we need to figure out what to do. So be happy about that. So the cameras and the license plate readers for ARB, that was estimated originally $50K. And there is in your packet an estimate there from Security Consulting Solutions, Inc. And this includes cameras, a license plate reader camera, 2 of them. And the first 3 items in there are like, it's a package, you know, like if you have the camera, you need the reader and you need to configure it and you need the license. So that all goes together. And then there are 4 dome style cameras. And I mean, I don't know that we need to get into why you need a camera here or there to make these things work. I mean, that's really getting into the weeds and technical. But for these cameras and license plate readers, and there's a summary on the front of that under scope of work that indicates what's part of this $15,000. So there are 2 license plate readers and 2 additional camera locations that would allow us to see in both directions of traffic. And
which is 2 cameras in the park. Are we talking about Riverbank Park?
so this thing is relocating the 2 cameras at the park. These are not new ones. This is just moving what was already there, because when the pavilion was built,
Right,
the camera wasn't moved and it needs to be moved because the new pavilion is
a little
tall.
higher, yeah.
And
How-
so
Okay, how about if we throw 2 cameras or something down here at Riverbank too? Can we add that to the scope of work?
I believe that we can, because we still have $43,000 spent. So if we all feel that adding additional cameras in Riverbank Park, I mean, it was a line item, it just wasn't scoped out in this particular quote.
Yeah,
But
can't be that much more.
that, yeah, I mean, it's,
Well, at Riverbank, I don't think we have any kind of,
That's what I'm saying, but I think we need to
what do we
put
have as
something
far as
down.
power and communications at Riverbank?
Hmm.
They might have to add a
meter or something.
like a junction box or something.
What do they call it?
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah,
Wi-Fi on it.
A radio, some kind of radio, but yeah, I don't think it would be.
Isn't that a good idea?
Exorbitant.
Okay, good.
It's not gonna be $43,000.
No, and especially when you look
Bounce it
on the
off.
pricing, the dome style cameras that are high resolution, they're $325 a piece.
Mhm.
Now, there then, you need a camera mount and you need miscellaneous caulking screws and fittings, et cetera, but you know, those things are not, those are not high priced items, so I think we can definitely add that in. I mean, I'm making up a number too. I don't think it's 7,000. I mean, I feel like probably 4,000 is more like it, given the pricing that's listed on here,
Okay.
but that's just me making up a number.
Well, if everyone's in agreement to have this gentleman revisit the prices, and then this way we'll be secure with Cribs, we'll be secure with Riverbank, and then we have this park here. So I think we're good to go. As far as security.
No, these prices came from the company that
John Hudson
does
sounds
all
real
of the other
familiar.
current, it ties into our current system. I mean, possibly, so I think what we might be up against is the
Can you s-
clock, because we
Sylvia.
have basically 6 weeks to spend it. And we need to make sure that whatever we do ties into the existing system.
That's the thing.
So I mean, like, we can, it's just gonna cost us a little time.
Sylvia, can you speak up? Because I don't know about the rest of us, but I can't hear you at all.
I asked what company this was, if this was the company that District Attorney Stephen Zappala works with. Because he's always been very, very good with us, Dave.
Mhm.
And he said, whenever you need, call, we'll be here immediately. And what they want to do is survey the whole town and then give us a suggestion where the cameras should go. Plus, of course, take our input.
The chief hasn't done that?
The chief got this quote. This is the company that operate or installed, operates, monitors our current system.
Yeah, we had John Hudson before. I know, I've met John Hudson.
Well, I thought DA Zappala's office did a survey last year, or the year before. That didn't happen? Okay.
I don't think it would hurt to have them come in. It's always good to have more pricing.
Well, yeah, I'm a little concerned about the
Timing
timing.
now.
But regarding pricing, for at least the camera portion of this and the scope that's presented, Christine, do you know if we would have to get 3 quotes for that dollar amount? Or is that a question for Craig?
That's a Craig question.
I thought
I think that
anything
was
over
brought up
10,000
before.
Over 10, excuse me.
They upped it for this
They
year.
changed
Ah.
it.
It's, I don't have it, but I think I want to say it's 11 something.
I thought that was brought up before and it could be wrong, but I thought Craig said since this was a grant, it doesn't have to be.
I'll talk to Craig.
Yeah, Craig will have
I'm not putting
to,
words in Craig's mouth, but
Yeah.
for some reason, being a grant, you could go with who you wanted. But it might have been a certain amount.
yeah,
of
in my
money, too.
experience, the grant's just the money coming in. If you're spending that.
Yeah,
you can still.
probably.
But if we don't need it, great. If we do, then maybe, I don't know, we get another quote from someone else. Well, we would need 2 quotes from.
I have a question too. How about like the camera that we have here on the Borough building?
That's what I was thinking the same thing.
And I believe we went with that company the last time.
Well, oh, you're talking about a newer camera. 'Cause
No, I'm talking about the old cameras that we have
Yeah, because
that aren't working.
there are a couple older ones. I know, I mean, the one, when our
he-
cars got hit,
Yeah. Is
there's
he-
an older, there's one that's older, the video, it's not HD
Wasn't
footage.
working.
It's
Oh, I'm
grainy.
sure they're outdated.
So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, so I didn't see that in the quote, so hopefully, I mean, that may be a question for chief as far as which cameras existing that are older could be replaced and upgraded to the same level as the new cameras.
Well, it seems like we're in a time crunch now, so I think the pause right now to ask about Zappala who helped provide funding. I'm wondering if he would know who these are to say like, this is a legit company. They are legit, but I don't know that we need his blessing, but I understand, checking on prices. When do we, so working backwards from June to May, when do we need to when do we need to approve this and have this ready to vote on,
Probably pretty soon.
to spend?
Honestly, my recommendation is for the will of council to broadly make its recommendations about how it wants to spend the money. And then to trust the staff to implement that general will, because if we are waiting for council to literally approve every penny, then we are not gonna hit June 30th.
Right.
Because we have to wait every 2 weeks before we can vote. So if somebody doesn't get us a quote by April 12th, that means we can't vote until April, whatever that is. And then we have like 2 weeks to spend the money. So, you know, I know that might be difficult for you all, but I'm basically asking for you to trust the staff.
I agree with Christine.
I'm good with
I agree
that.
with that.
I mean, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think part of the reason for the spreadsheet that you put together, I mean, we can go through this and talk about the general scope and say, hey, look, you know, we have extra money, let's look to add more cameras, or we have, you know what I mean?
Right.
Or we want to cut this from, is that kind of what, like, did you want to go through this, or you just
Yeah.
want?
I mean, I've talked to Chief a bit about, you know, what his, like, he's like, do we really need rifles? He's like, no, we don't really need rifles. Like, if there's money, then we can get that. If not, then let's not. So, it seems like, you know, cameras are a big deal. And
With everything that's going on, I think cameras is a huge deal.
cameras are.
It's
huge.
imperative
And
we
I
get them.
actually, I didn't really understand this quote when she first gave it to me, because, you know, I don't know what these things are. I'm not a security person. So I actually got on a call with this guy who, I forget his name now, I think it's John.
John Hudson.
And he's pretty awesome. He's very knowledgeable, and I will definitely follow up with him and ask him some of these questions about, you know, hey, have you done an assessment on what our current needs are? Do all of it, like literally all of the cameras integrate, or are some of them not high def and they need to be upgraded? Like, I'm happy to, you know, work with Chief, be in those meetings, talk with this consulting company or other consulting firms. If I don't know if there's time to get another number, but, you know, do the due diligence that I can do in the short amount of time that we have to, I don't want to say get as many cameras as we can, but get as many strategic cameras, or get cameras in strategic locations that, you know, make sense given where, you know, the public spaces are and where the like high traffic volumes are, things of that ilk. And make sure the system is totally integrated and,
Even just on our own borough building,
exactly.
because there's a couple there that are the older ones that aren't.
Yeah.
Well, that's what she's gonna look into.
Yeah,
see if we
yeah.
can
And if you need
update
help
it.
with that, I'm most of the time available during the day, whatever.
I would say it's the will of council as an individual that you do handle this and manage this.
Yeah.
And to Sylvia's question, I think John's actually presented with the Paul at Seven Springs. I think I've seen John do displays for license plates in my past work on councils where he's been there alongside him. So I would think this is who Stephen would know, if that's a concern of yours.
I'll look into that, Sylvia.
I recall this name. I think I've seen him present, and he's well versed.
I'll look into it.
Okay, so
I can
we're all in
ask Stephen
agreement.
who the company used to.
Okay.
I'll call him in.
I
So-
just want to add, as far as location, we did have a comment come in about adding something near the elementary school, and we mentioned all of our main parks, but we didn't mention near the public dock, the memorial or the community garden, so that may be something to add to your list.
So you're talking about public comments?
Public dock,
Wait,
For the camera?
the comment that came in.
oh, on the chat, yes, mentioning the school.
Yeah, so I just want to point out to everyone, like, the chat is not something that we on the dais are actively reading. We can't, we're having, you know, a discussion up here. If there are public comments, I'd ask that you save those for the end of the meeting. That's just the format of our meetings. We can't get into a chat back and forth. We can't be constantly checking it.
Right.
You know, there's one person up here running the laptop. They can't be expected to check the chat. So we appreciate the comments and the feedback, but there's a time for that, and that's either at the beginning or the end of the meeting. So
As
thanks
far
for
as the
bringing that up.
schools go, I would have to say that'd be the school district's responsibility. That at least would check with them beforehand, because they have cameras on their buildings.
That's what I said, yeah, they do.
You know, they have
cameras.
cameras already,
They
I
do,
would think.
they do.
I'm not saying that that's not a responsibility of ours, but, you know, we need to strategically place these cameras where it's best for our police to enforce and watch everything. And you can't hit every alley, every street. I mean, you just
It's gonna be
can't.
tough.
It suggests there are still issues though by the fact that Verona keeps our elementary school playground locked, whereas 10th Street does not. So I would want to know a bit more about that.
I'm sorry,
And-
Trish.
and,
Well,
Can you say that louder and then I have a comment on that?
I was just commenting that our playground at our elementary school is kept locked. So I'm wondering if the cameras, if we have them, are sufficient compared to 10th Street that is not unlocked or is unlocked rather.
My comment to that is, I can make a phone call to the RSD this week and just basically find out why are there different opportunities presented to different schools? You know, if Oakmont's playgrounds really are being open, then why aren't ours? And if there really is an impediment that they feel the borough is responsible for, then it is their responsibility to communicate that to the borough so we can remedy it. As
Right.
opposed to our responsibility for solving a problem we don't even really know is a problem.
Great point, Christie.
So
Thank you.
I will contact them this week.
And let me know what they say on that too, please.
Sure.
And for workshop for tonight, is there anything else on the Excel sheet you want to discuss for us to help identify, or is this really you understanding the will for you to keep calculating these in?
So I
Totally.
guess, I know, Mayor, you wanted to talk about relettering the cars, and there is a quote in your packet for that. And
Right.
then my other question, we do have, it's a couple months old at this point, but we also had a quote received, it's about $5,000 for an electronic speed sign. I don't know if we need that or not. I don't
think so.
I mean, Chief said he didn't really need it.
Electronic speed signs can be borrowed, at least on a short-term basis from LTOP. So that's another free option that we can substitute there.
Is that what you wanted, David? Because we already have those ones, like when you're passing, it shows your speed. Is that what you wanted? Another one of those?
Yeah, because we have the one on the boulevard.
Right.
That one was, excuse me, we put that throughout the town, that one, and we stuck it on the boulevard.
Right.
Since we have the red light, because cars come flying through.
Mhm.
It doesn't make a difference anyways, but
A policeman there would make a difference over that little
I
flasher.
understand that, yes.
Okay, now remove vinyl lettering from police. What's on there now?
The cars aren't lettered.
The cars are lettered.
The cars aren't visibly lettered like they used to be. They have what they call ghost lettering on.
Okay, but you can see it like,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah, and at the time when this was done, I knew nothing about it. It was just done.
right.
And I feel that at least one of the cars, the Explorer, should be represented where everybody could see it, where it's visible. So if we do traffic, people could see the car. Verona Police, bright letters,
Right.
rather than the ghost stripes or the ghost lettering.
So this is basically $700 just for one car.
Yes, taking the old striping off and putting new striping on. And it's 700, it's an additional 200 if you want it reflected.
I just think it's crazy to take off what you have on.
Well, that should have never been on. It should have
Well,
been.
whether it should or it shouldn't have been, it is.
And I don't want to get
Spend
into an
money-
argument with that because I could get an attorney to fight that and it's just gonna
To,
cost.
to spend money on
taxpayers'
something
money.
that's already there, to me is ridiculous.
I think it's a relatively low dollar amount, and I want to point out also that last year we did have members of the community, particularly a young student, come and voice a lot of support for this idea, even starting a GoFundMe. So I think this is also about community image as much as practicality.
I mean, the pride of Verona, have the car lettered where you could see it in a silver or white.
I mean,
We
I
have
think this is typical. I mean, I've driving around Allegheny County. I mean, this is typical lettering of what other police departments are doing. Has anyone asked, I mean, have you asked the chief and the officers do they want it? Do
They
want us
like
to
the
change
lettering.
it?
Here's the thing, though. The mayor was never told about buying either car. And the lettering, the mayor was never told. And my attorney, through the Mayor's Association, says the mayor should have been notified. Do you want me to pursue it? And I says, absolutely not. I'm not gonna spend taxpayers' money on something, like that. That's all I'm asking for is respect.
Well, Dave,
You know what, let's scrap this. This is done.
Well, that's not
Next.
fair. No, that's not
No,
fair.
move on. Next, it's already 8 o'clock.
Do we have the money for this?
It's in the grant.
Oh, okay,
It's in the
then,
grant.
No, let's move on.
if it's in the grant, it's not coming out of our pocket.
Did you have another point you wanted to add?
We're here to, listen to everybody.
Yeah.
It's a
I
conversation
feel,
too.
yeah.
It is a
past boards.
conversation. I don't want
Dave,
anyone
I
upset.
understand what happened in the past and I'm very cognizant of what happened in the past, but that's water under the bridge. That was 2 years ago. We got to separate what we're doing now from what was done then.
This is, money isn't the grant though. It was granted for $1,000. It's gonna cost either 500 or 700 to do one of the police cars. That's all I'm asking, one of the police cars.
Well, we have to spend this money anyway. So we
Agreed,
have till
but-
June.
If you just want to use it on something else, use it on something else. We're wasting time on the same
But
thing.
it
We
has
can
to
move
be-
on. It's
it
either
has to-
yes or no.
But David, it has to be spent for what we applied it for. We applied for these items. That's why we were granted that money.
But the consensus is nobody wants to do it, so give the money back. Give that
Dave,
$1,000 back.
All I'm doing is
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
questions. We're not,
It's a workshop.
this is a workshop. We're
I
here to
understand.
discuss this. We're trying to be, I'm sorry if I said anything that
You did.
that was offensive. I did not mean to,
You didn't.
I just simply am asking genuine questions to understand, the implications of this. And I know it's not a big dollar amount, but my only concern is that if we're going into the police department and ripping lettering off their vehicles to put different lettering on, what kind of message that sends to as far as the morale of the staff?
Let me-
And I'm not saying I'm for or against this at this point. I'm just asking questions.
Okay, let me ask this question. We used to get white police cars, and when I asked the police officer what color car you want, they said, let's get us a gray one. We're tired of white. So council all agreed on getting a gray one. Then we get a brand new car and it comes in black without even council voting on what color it was.
A past council.
I'm sorry,
A
the
past
So
past
that's
council.
my toughest point, just
You're
for
absolutely
conversation
right.
tonight, workshop, is that I think that I find myself answering for past councils, and
I'm
we, I
trying
think,
to
as
make
a,
a point.
I know, I'm just saying that I'm one of 7 people hearing you right now, though, and you're demanding it, and then don't need it. So I just want to share with you, for me as one of the newer council members right now, it's tough to answer for past councils, and the workshop for questions like this, we shouldn't get too heated on this. And if it's just the content and the questions, so we can go through this, I mean, it should be a discussion. So I just ask that when we address this, please don't put me in a position where I wronged you as a past council member when I'm a new council
I
member.
apologize. It's the past
all right.
councils that have done this, not this council.
And
past
I
councils.
appreciate that. It's just, I think that as we have and hold a conversation for this, we're 75 days in as newly elected officials for some of us. We're gonna come upon a lot of things that were past council. So I just wanna make sure, we need to make sure we hold conversation on these.
Okay.
And this is the time. I mean, this is the workshop to ask questions and answer questions. So please don't, I know there's a passionate response in you, but just please, we're just trying to make sure it's a conversation so we can all discuss this and hear it.
Okay, so let's be frivolous and let's just do it.
I'm against it if we're gonna take a vote.
Well, here's the thing, Ray.
I'm
the
just telling you
money's-
my opinion.
No, I'm just sharing with you too.
I think the cars look nice the same.
Yeah.
They're the same looking, they look
Right.
the same.
But what other item would you choose to spend the money? Because we have to spend that money.
You could spend the money, you could
On
spend
what?
all that money on it, anything on there.
Give me something else. We're doing cameras.
You could buy more guns for the officers. There's a lot of things you could spend the money on, more cameras around town.
They didn't want rifles. Okay.
So what they do want, I can tell you, is a new workstation. And if anybody's looked in just that window in the police department recently, you'll notice that the partitions that are up are
Pat, I was there last night.
pretty
Crappy.
shabby looking. And so, and the one is so wobbly, if you bump it when you go past, it kind of.
Okay, so what are you talking? How much?
So there isn't a quote just yet for that. It was estimated about 5,000. And this would also be like new desks inside, because the desks are also the original desks. So maybe like 5 to 7.
We have 43,000 or 39,000 still.
So I can put like a middle thing in there that's 6,000, and then for next time, maybe we can actually get a company to provide a quote, and we'll know, is it really 6,000 or is it 7 or is it 4? What really is it? In the new partition to make it safer and like cleaner looking. I know they want that, and that leaves another $33,000.
Remember, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Understandable.
And the fact remains, next time we go begging for money, they're gonna say, you know what, they don't use the money, so why give them or grant them a higher amount?
Well, we as.
We have to, yeah, I wanna look, or I want them to see that we'll use what we're giving or given.
Sure.
You know, so if I give you 100,000 and you use it, I'm gonna say, "Ah, see, I'll be there again for you, you know.
So in the interest of time, why
Yeah.
don't we keep the $1,000 here or put 700, well, let's just keep it as 1,000 because then we would decide if we want the reflective vinyl or not.
Right.
And then everybody can really like think about this hard over the next 2 weeks and like a formal vote would happen in the next 2 weeks. I'll also work with, consultants to figure out the deal with cameras around town, where they're needed, et cetera, come up with like a better plan about, do we want one here, there, or over there? What would that actually cost? And do we want something in here for safety reasons? Like just whatever that may be. And then we'll put together like a better picture and hash out any final details on the 12th.
Great.
Does that seem like a reasonable?
It seems fair, yeah.
Thanks, Christine.
Could-
Can I make a comment? This is in reference to Dave and the lettering. We have Senj here in town. I don't see any quotes from him. Why
They
don't
don't
do
want to, they don't do
don't
that.
they do decaling? I
No.
was told they do.
They do, but that's too
It's
small a
fancy
job.
stuff.
Yeah, they
It's-
do more like vehicles, like the
Yeah, like,
whole cars,
fire
like
coming up.
race cars and stuff like
They
that.
wouldn't do this?
Yeah, I've already
No, I went
approached
to
them.
I went to them already.
Okay. Because I thought they're local, they'd be reasonable.
Yeah, I
mean,
already
these are too,
approached
but-
them when we got the cars.
Yeah, but $700 isn't that much because we have the money, you know.
It's not that much.
If we
Well,
didn't
we
have the
already
money. you know.
appropriated it too. It was in the grant. I remember it vividly.
Real quick, Christine, on a couple other, like camera for chambers. Could that include a full audio visual upgrade, or is
Oh,
that?
that would be amazing if it did. It needs to be related to public safety. So if we can somehow,
Yeah.
and now actually, if we think about this for a second, part of why we did the hybrid is because of public safety.
Right.
I think one could reasonably make the argument that
Yeah,
upgrading the AV system in here is a public safety thing, given that we are still technically in the pandemic.
And emergency
agree.
management would operate from here as well too. So if we're within an
Perfect.
emergency management scenario, we would be able to broadcast from
Yeah.
here for all the residents
Perfect.
to.
Christine, you don't have
And-
nothing in the seat column for the body cameras for the policemen.
I do
thought they
not,
already
because
got
one,
them.
I don't have a quote, and two, this was something chief indicated was less critical to the department. And this was before we got the quote in for the cameras, so I think everybody was sort of expecting it to be higher than
I
15,000
seen a
for
quote
those
somewhere
people.
for the body
Why
camera.
But
would
I
he-
thought they already had somebody.
No,
Why
have
would he say
something.
it was less critical?
I would think you'd want them.
He was just ranking, like, of the things that are here, he felt like cameras were the most important thing.
Mhm.
Well, they are very important, but so are body cameras. It protects not only the officer, it protects the public, and it protects this board.
So,
And it's up to the board to say yes or no. It's not up to the department to
Yeah.
say yes or
Right.
no. It's up to this board. If you want body cameras, you vote on body cameras.
And we have the money for that too.
I think there was a, when this originally first come back, how long ago, and the chief and I and Matt Pitts sat down one day. There was papers, and I know I have them somewhere in my file, with prices for the body cameras on them from the original, when they put the original application in.
Yes, there was.
There was, and I don't remember if they
I
were
don't
six
remember what it
fifty
was, but
or if they were 16, I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look for them, but I just think with everything going on in today's
Exactly.
society, your officers would want to have cameras on them.
Penn Hills has them already. All their officers have them.
There's a way,
Is it the will of council then to pursue body cameras? for-
Absolutely.
I would say yes.
Absolutely. We
So-
have the money.
yeah.
Get all,
I
and
guess-
this is like in a candy store. Get whatever we need.
And we would have to pay for updates next year and what have
But
you.
this is the
yeah.
hard part, but if the money's there and it's gonna have to be, we're better equipped and. we're
Right.
up
And
to
they're
standard.
safer for, our people. Yeah, my goodness.
Another quick question. What's the public Wi-Fi? Was that a particular location or multiple locations?
I don't remember the specific, this was to operate the cameras.
Oh,
So like, and
okay.
and then like as a bonus, there's
So,
Wi-Fi, but we needed it for the cameras.
okay, so if we're doing it in all the parks, you're doing cameras there, then, that's kind of a bonus that we would get out of that. So, okay.
So is it also the will of council? I mean, do we think that outfitting this room
Absolutely.
is,
Would be worth looking into the price, the
Hey,
cost.
throw it in.
I think if it can be done under the grant and,
We don't have to trip over a wire anymore.
yeah, I mean,
For
we,
example.
or wiggle the HDMI cord to get
Use
it
remote
to,
control enough. Yeah, if we can have it mounted, have chambers viewable, and again, worst case scenario, we have emergency situation, we have to use the space, we will use the space, so it'd be nice to have.
Well, I agree with Mr. Warren, for emergency management purposes, if not anything else.
Yeah.
It should be implemented.
And the Wi-Fi.
And yeah,
And there are also some
Christine.
communities who have public speakers who talk about, public safety, locking your, securing your home and vehicles. So guest speakers from the county or state can, present in this space too and use it virtually. So
That
it'll
is
be-
coming up soon also. I am proposing that, Chief. I told him I would need somebody in here for that.
So easily done if we can get it on here with free money.
no, we said so much. Christine, did you get everything?
yep, I'm good.
Okay.
So I
'Cause
have
we
my
kept
marching
throwing
orders
things at you.
on some things to find out for that.
Okay,
And then there'll be a revised, like I said, I won't be here because I'll be on vacay, but it'll be provided for you and you all can hash it out.
Number 2 of 19.
and we
All right.
can iron all this out the next meeting and be done with it. Christine, what's the last date on the June 30th?
June 30th. So that was item number 1.
So we got
all
3
right,
months.
one item down,
Yeah, it's exciting.
18 to go.
All right,
It's only
so
10 after 8.
Any other calls
So-
to admit anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next item, number 2, is website functionality discussion on ability to take payments presented by Christine.
all right, so as you all know, we're in the process of redoing the website. It's coming along, slowly getting all the content pulled together. And I have to say, it looks pretty awesome so far. But one of the things that I personally would love if we could do, and I wanted to see what the will of council was to take online payments. So I had a call with PayPal as well as this company called Municipay. And I looked at one other one, but based on what was on their website, didn't seem like that would be a good fit for us. Of the two, Municipay, I believe, is superior. It is free to the borough. They do charge a convenience fee of approximately 2.5%. Or originally they said $3, but then I said, well, that's kind of a lot for us because some of our things are really inexpensive. They said, okay, so $1.50 instead, whichever is greater. It would allow residents to use credit cards as well as an electronic check to pay for services, basically. The reporting is awesome on the back end, so it's able to be queried and tracked, and you can really drill down or aggregate up. The front end is also easy to use. It's pretty self-explanatory in terms of I'm paying for a parking ticket or I'm paying for a dumpster permit or whatever it is. And then the cool part is that you can link it to an online form. So if somebody wants to apply for their dumpster permit, they can fill out the form online, pay their fee online, and then it would just automatically get submitted. And it actually turned into a form that got emailed to me. And then I would say, Vince, you just applied for a dumpster permit. And then that would get shipped off to, Matt for zoning approval, et cetera, et cetera. It would integrate with the new website for seamless implementation. And I checked with the website developers, and this is this would be part of the current scope. So it would not cost additional money to have the developer do this integration for us. And they just need like a thumbs up to, initiate that process. If it's the will of council that we accept online payments at no cost to the borough.
I say do it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Does our insurance
Yeah.
cover fraud or is that through the service itself?
That's through the service itself. So that's the beauty of the online or the third party vendor
It's a win-win.
is we don't have to worry about security because
Don't
they
have to worry
do.
about money.
I agree with it
Absolutely.
also, but I have a question. What are the merchant fees associated with it?
So it's nothing for us,
Nothing at all.
nothing at all,
The-
zero.
The person who pays for
The
it.
convenience fee, it's about
$1.50.
2.5% or $1.50, whichever is greater.
Or they stop by the borough and provide a check. So it is
Exactly.
truly convenience for the payer
Mhm.
on the website.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Or by
people,
them.
people can still snail mail things. They can
Yep.
still come in person, but I think there are a lot of people that really don't want to have to come to the borough building to pay a $5 parking fee.
Sure.
It's a nice
Yeah.
amenity.
That's why I asked you to repeat, $1.50 sounds
Okay.
That
very
sounds very
reasonable. It
fair.
actually sounded too good to be true. That's why I
I mean,
had to make sure that
Especially,
you
Yeah.
especially gas,
clarified that.
$4.50.
That's,
Yeah.
yeah, that's in line with other, government agencies, state,
Absolutely,
regional,
absolutely.
county, that, maybe
Standard.
accept payments in multiple different ways, but you pay a convenience fee to do it online immediately. So that seems in line with those. And I think,
So we're good on that?
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
I
good
think
with
that's a
that.
great rate too,
Absolutely.
honestly.
Sounds fair.
This is exciting. It also means regulated rent will be way better next year. Potentially way better next year. All right, so that's number 2. Salt shed. Trish, did you want to start this one or did you want me to start this one?
You go ahead.
Sorry to find. So we've been having conversations about the salt shed. And some of the challenges that the borough has faced. Just in the current arrangement. We did sell the peat for $31,000 more than we expected. So there is a pot of money from the sale of a public works asset that Public Works is asking to be kept in their department to build a salt shed. The type of salt shed that they're looking at is a movable variety. So you may have seen them around. They have those big concrete blocks on the bottom, like jumbo blocks is one name for them. And then metal trusses. Oh, yeah, look at that. Here's a picture. A metal, you can just pass it around. A metal truss with a tarp on top of it and a tarp in the back. And then it, like I said, it is movable if we needed to. So right now, and I did talk to Matt about permitting and can we use the old location of the salt shed? And he said, we can. It's again, one of those situations where we're basically issuing a permit to ourselves. So there is a process that we would need to follow, to make it legit. But we are, at the end of the day, issuing a permit to ourselves to put it there. And then that, of course, is like part of the floodplain management. And like I said, there are rules, but Matt said that we could get it back there. And as I said, this is movable. So I know there's a lot of interest in maybe having Arch Street not be a salt shed, and I understand that. But we also have a problem that we really do need to solve with respect to a salt shed location. And given that there is currently no funding available to do something a little more attractive down there, it seems like this would at least solve our problem, and we could move it later if we needed to. And then I did get a few quotes related to constructing these. And then Matt had a few that he shared with me, although those quotes were for larger sheds than do fit in the space and were therefore significantly more expensive. So I didn't print them out. So if you look in your packet, there's 3 pages in the front that are quotes for 2 different places on the structure. The second one, which is Bright Span, and then Elemental Shelter Solutions. They also provide some documentation if we wanted them to build it for us and provide the concrete blocks. The third page from W.H. Stone and Company is another place that provided us a formal quote on to get the concrete blocks. And then I have a verbal quote from another company that, like I said, it was verbal, and they're willing to sell us the blocks for $65 a piece instead of 135. So, that's a significant savings there. And if you look on the very back page of that packet, it says salt shed notes. So of the 2 vendors that provide the metal tarp or the metal trusses and the tarp, ClearSpan is less expensive for the structure. They just need to apply the tax-free status. And then the structure is about $9,000 instead of $10,500. 43rd Street Concrete, that's the place that gave me the, 60, not 65. Gave me the verbal quote for the jumbo blocks. Those are $60 a piece. And AJ says we would need about 70 of them. So that's $4,200 plus delivery. And then DPW would need to level the area for construction, like buy the gravel, like things like that to have an appropriate bottom. they'd want to dig a small footer for stability, and that would be, it's not a poured footer, it's taking these jumbo blocks and, they're like 2 feet high, and it would be putting the first course of the block slightly underground for stability, as opposed to a poured footer that would be harder to move later on. They'd also need to rent a boom lift for putting up the trusses, because the equipment that we have won't get high enough for them to install this safely. And that AJ estimates is between $1,200 and $1,500 per week. And then some asphalt for inside the structure so that we don't lose the salt. And so all told, we put this together. If Public Works builds it, we're looking at approximately $16,500 plus the block delivery, and then any miscellaneous items that sort of come up in the construction process. This is something that's timely for us to figure out, and would be a vote for next time, mostly because these blocks are, the companies don't just make these blocks. There's a concrete company, they're pouring somebody's driveway. At the end of the day, they have a yard of concrete left over, and then they dump it into the forms and make these big blocks and sell them. So it's not like places just make these and produce them. We're really waiting for remnants of quote unquote real jobs. So we need to get in the queue with, I would suggest 43rd Street Concrete, since they're the most cost effective. We need to get in the queue so we can get the 70 blocks.
Christine, let me ask you a question. The difference between clear span and bright span. Neither one of them is doing the block work, correct?
So, well, clear span is like a definite no.
Okay.
They're just selling the structure. The bright span elemental, they will do the block work. So like if you look at their quote, they want $8,900 for the structure, and then they want another $3,800 to install the structure.
Okay,
And then if they do the block work, that's almost $15,000.
okay.
And then I thought there was shipping on here, but I'm somehow not seeing that.
We add all those up.
I wonder if there was a backside that didn't print. Oh yeah, it's 1 to 2. So I must have ran one-sided to one side, because this one also has shipping on it. But so Elemental will do the install. It's just really expensive.
So no matter what, we probably, either our street crew or clear span is gonna have to come, or 43rd Street, or somebody's gonna have to come in and do the block work.
I don't know if 43rd does the block work.
No, they don't.
They'll provide block.
So if we get clear, if we decide, let's go with clear span, who does the block work?
We do.
Okay,
Can I make a comment? We had just put our personal assault shed up. It's bigger than this. Ours holds 300 ton. What we did was we laid asphalt down first, and then we put the block down. We did all the block work ourselves. We have the equipment with, the backhoe that will lift them up. And it's like putting a puzzle together. You
Right.
start with the big one, then a small one, and it's very simple to do. It's all you need is 3 sides. You save a lot of money that way. But the $15,000 is in the price range. That's about what ours cost.
Your business, your personal
Yes,
business.
our personal business. We put it up ourselves, the canopy. So that's in the ballpark, that 15,000 if we do all the work.
from Elemental.
Right.
I have a question. Are any of you showed me a picture of the structure. Are any of these quotes for structures that are fully enclosed?
No.
Okay, because I attended local government academy this past Saturday, and they had a few speakers from Alcoson. And they stated that for environmental reasons and for waste reasons, that salt sheds should be completely enclosed for obvious environmental reasons. And if they're not fully enclosed, they tend to gather moisture and clump the salt, which would result in waste.
Well, I think what they may be talking about is the domes that they have.
They
Yeah, I mean, the
recommend
domes
all
are gonna
townships
cost,
to use those.
yeah, but that's gonna cost hundreds of
No, that's why I was just
thousands.
asking
have
if
it
if it was
enclosed.
fully enclosed or not, and for us to keep in mind that a better long-term solution down the line is to get a fully enclosed salt shed, so you don't run into those problems. that
I
I
do
stated.
share those environmental concerns, especially with a structure like this being right on the river. Although I do want to thank you, Christine, for all the great research you did. I realize also that it's technically movable, but it sounds like there is a process to make sure that it's level and everything you had described previously. So I think other people may have concerns with this location as well.
I never wanted, I have been fighting, I can't tell you how many years, to get that salt location away from the river. That's prime property for development.
I agree.
And we're sitting on it for years. But in the meantime, because I even had a real estate person come and give us an assessment. That is such prime property. It's almost frightening.
It's actually not because of Alcosan
Because of
infrastructure
Alcosan.
that's located under it, but that's a separate conversation.
Since this falls under infrastructure, I was hoping it would be the will of council that I could spend the next 2 weeks trying to identify alternative locations for us to consider.
There's a million of them,
But
but
we-
the thing
we
is,
have
it's
them.
flood zone, yeah. I know Larry Seiler and I had gone around. And again, you don't want it to be in a neighborhood because it's not fair to the people that have a house right next door to the lot. There's a lot of empty lots. It's finding the prime lot that wouldn't be unsightly for a neighborhood. Yeah, I was hoping that we could work with Oakmont, but evidently it's not happening, so.
There's just too many conflicts there, I understand, egos or whatever you want to call it.
Well, those can be ironed out.
No, I think
Yeah.
so.
It also, we don't have a written agreement with them.
Yeah, I
And
get
they don't
that.
want
And
us
they
to
don't
have
want a
told
written
that. I
agreement,
was
so
told that.
And they don't
that-
want thrown up there.
that agreement was set up with Oakmont's understanding that that was a 1 year, 2 year thing. And
Yeah, I
we're,
got the
what,
spiel.
3,
Yeah, I
4
got
years
it.
into it?
Yeah, so I think also too, is a handshake deal. We got to get off the couch. That's not our house. So in doing that,
Yeah.
I'm in favor of a temporary structure, and I agree with what you said with the closed structure. So I'm hearing two things. Temporary is fine. But there's a more ideal place and also
There
a
has
more
to be,
ideal
there has to
structure. But in the meantime, we're going to save a mileage back and forth. We can use the fuel in our trucks to actually salt our roads versus going back and forth, waiting in queue, asking permission for our salt, whatever the process is. And at the same time, we're adding more and more assets to our community for our,
Sure.
our equipment, our crew, and our staff to have.
Sure.
I
This
would
is
be in favor
exactly
of
what we
this.
have right there.
I have for the last 3 years heard conversation too, if there's a better spot. I've talked with a number of people as well. I know, is this zone commercial, residential? Is this mixed? Is this industrial? Like this
What,
space has
where
been
it's
used,
at?
so it's been identified in the last 150 years as an ideal space for us to have
Commercial.
our Arch Street garage and also this small footprint for salt. So I don't want to stall for further to have something where we're at the advantage of purchasing now. And if there's a better spot, I'm completely open to where that might be. But I don't want to be under the assumption that we're going to find something else in the next 2 weeks that's not, in my time in 3 years, been identified, but also in the past history of the borough not been used before. We have a very limited footprint within a half square mile. So I'd be in favor of budgeting for the amount and also the placement of the space. And this is not the scale. I don't know. This is just an example of like what that's the metal, that's the surface. And I know this was discussed with the previous council when I was talking, I think it was Dave and Ray. We talked about it recently at our meeting for like, this is, something that we thought as a committee we'd bring forward as a recommendation. So I'd be in favor of not pushing it further, but actually gaining the, more equipment, not equipment, what is this? Growing our assets, because this is ours. We're not borrowing the neighbor's garage. This is us.
I mean, we're not under the gun time wise, but we kind of are,
Right.
because we got to get out of there.
Yep.
And until we can find a more suitable place for everybody, that's what we have right now.
And we're at the mercy of concrete being poured after we're a
Right.
secondary use of concrete. We're also, asphalt's only got a season and I'm sure it's booked up for a lot of things going on around other communities. I don't know what shortages look like for the materials here, but I mean, it's tough getting some of the things you have in your own household. I can imagine being in line for this too. So I would be in favor of, at our business meeting next month, moving forward with this temporary structure for use. And again, with the idea that we would need to, as we pass more budgets, take a look at what's a proper space look like, what's a proper structure look like.
As far as a permanent, you mean a permanent?
Yeah, and this truly is temporary, like this is
Yeah,
by title.
well, in a permanent, to find a permanent structure by in time for the next salt season, to do site prep, to do engineering that might be involved, all that stuff, that we're
Way
way
beyond
behind
that.
for that. So it's like, we need this immediately. We need it for next winter. Absolutely. And this is really the best and only option.
And we need to fill,
I
it's the
see.
other thing. So building this and having it like that, we're gonna have to, I mean, it's nice we're talking now in April, because it's April on Friday.
I don't disagree. All I'm asking is that in addition to what Christine proposed, that we also have the will of council to officially seek alternatives.
Well, who's doing the seeking of the
I
alternative?
mean, just like Joey said, I've heard of lists and ideas, but I don't know that we've done a comprehensive evaluation of possible considerations that are in an appropriate flood zone and without all the environmental risks.
Well, I think that would be part, I mean, to me, that would be part of a bigger capital plan and a bigger land use, development plan. I mean, to look at a permanent location, a new permanent location for a salt shed.
You have to involve Matt too.
You're just
Well,
asking for your committee to put this as a priority to do more research as a better long-term solution.
Right.
Short-term solution.
Right, should have worked out in the short term, great, but ultimately better long term.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem
I think
doing
that's smart.
research.
Yeah.
No, I think go for it, yeah. I mean.
Yeah, sorry, I may have misunderstood what the original question, but yeah, I would just caution that like, I don't want to see us rush to find a place for the new salt shed, but not consider what are our other long-term DPW needs, police department administrator, just as far as land and property use, that's all, but
You know what, if I may, I just text my son, the one we have is 30 by 40, which is much bigger, it holds 600 ton. He got that on line on an auction for $2,500, brand new. So AJ's really good on computer. Maybe he could start looking at, I could have get the auction my son goes on, because he's bought several of them.
And again, executing on that, like some of the other things where we're trusting new personnel to do these things, if it's the will of council to pursue it, I agree with like, find the best, way to spend. for the
yeah,
money.
I would trust Christine and AJ to come up, and I'm assuming you've talked to AJ about this extensively, and he's on board with the plan, and
He is.
and he's, willing to put the resources to build it, which is very helpful and cost saving, so.
He is. And the other piece to the location is that we don't really need to know of a permanent location in 2 weeks, because what we do need in 2 weeks is a decision, a thumbs up or a thumbs down on
For block.
on this, because we need to get in the queue for blocks, and we might not even get blocks until September. Like, who knows when we would get it, depending if other communities have already put in for that. And, like, that's really the issue. And then while we're waiting for 70 blocks to be prepared for us, then, we can be doing that additional research if there is some other location that's more suitable in the either short term or long term, for that matter.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But it's really about getting the ball rolling. The other piece is that Public Works is going to need to, they're now building this new thing, and they already have a lot of other stuff that they're doing all summer. And there are some Alcosan related things they'll be working on. And so, they just need to figure out how they're gonna mow the lawns and street sweep, et cetera, and fit all this in. So, they need to know, are we doing this or not, so that they can plan their summer accordingly.
So I'd be in favor of that, and if it's up a business for vote, I don't think I have any other questions for workshop.
Good,
Thank you,
all
Christine.
right,
Yeah, thank you.
thank you.
That's the homework.
Great.
The next item, again, Christine, item 4, newsletter financials.
Yeah, I feel like I honestly don't have a whole lot to add to this conversation, just because Angela and Don presented on this last meeting, and then as well as provided a thorough letter with this meeting. So unless anybody has any questions about this that are directed toward me, I feel like I'm finished with this topic.
If I understand it correct for this, it's a one-time cost to catch us up. We're not doing this quarterly. We're not doing this monthly. Like, this is truly to realign us,
Well,
for this to move forward.
my understanding that this is an annual request. About an annual buffer.
Just an overflow, kind of like.
I think they want, what I understood, they want us to help pay this time. And if I'm wrong, tell me, but, and then they want to have a little in the budget, so much for a buffer.
When we pass next
Right,
year's
right.
budget.
Yes.
Correct.
That's my understanding of it.
So if it's for catching up to speed for now, so we can process the newsletter, get it to doorsteps to the people that receive it, and then it's that we're mindful of it when we're looking at all spending in the fall. If that's purely what it is that all that I need to know at this point?
Joey, you were new here now. We started out with $6,000. That was what was allotted to us, granted to us. That was never touched. So because it wasn't touched, they cut it down to 4,000. And now it's 0. So what we're asking for is, and I made a comment earlier, nobody said a word. I said, we have money from the truck that's not been touched, I'm sure. And we had tax money come back. There is money. Can we have a little bit of that?
What
Maybe even
tax
if
money come back?
I think
they
it was more-
announced it at the last meeting.
my question is more about, I guess, this, not the source of the money, but just what it looks like moving forward. So I don't know if this is gonna be like a monthly presentation or quarterly, but I think I understand now.
I think they just missed it. When we did the budget last year, we were trying to cut trying to pass the budget,
Everything.
and it got taken out, whether it was intentional or accidental. I don't remember it being intentional. And I think they
No.
just would like to have that buffer back in there in case they need it, is my
I'm with
understanding.
you, Ray. Yeah.
I could be
think-
wrong, but just to clarify it, since the newsletter started in what, 2000, Dave?
Something like
Yeah,
that, yeah.
years ago.
I didn't know in the 90s, late 90s, I
Okay.
started it.
So, I mean, for sake of argument, let's say 1998 or 1999, we have had at least $4,000 in the budget every year set aside for the newsletter.
They never had to use it.
Yeah, they never had it, but
No, we never.
it was
touched it.
Just in
6,000.
case of a
It's been
case
there
like
for over
this.
20 years, and then this year was the first year it was taken out.
Mhm.
That I just wanted everybody
Well, it was
here
also,
and at home to
it was
know.
in both as a revenue and as an expenditure. So, and I think if I remember correctly, it was 6,000 or 8,000 as an expenditure and 4,000 was in there as revenue budgeted. And again, from what I recall, and our records going back before last year are not great, but so, you know, to verify exactly what it was, I don't know, but I do know that it was, you know, pretty self-sustaining for a while. And obviously there's increased cost. It's been left out this year. It's you know, I feel it was an oversight.
I do too.
I don't think it was anyone was at fault.
Oh, no, this is
Public
not
or-
an accusation.
And I'm not saying that, and if I can continue, so I think the question is, there's two questions on the table. Do we as a council want to, you know, step in and fund this for this year to you know,
For this
basically,
quarter.
well, for the remainder of this year, to help cover the gap. And then the other question is, and we don't have to decide this, you know, tonight or next meeting, but do we want to continue in future years to continue to subsidize this with taxpayer dollars? And I think in the past, the money has been flowing through the borough. I mean, this is a volunteer run effort. They're developing a 501c3. I don't think going forward, and I feel that we should do what we can to bridge the gap and continue, you know, continue the services and continue the newsletter the way it is. I mean, I did appreciate their comments, you know, at the beginning and the presentation, what they're trying to do to build a 501c3, and that I would hope that it could be self-sustaining. It's a volunteer run effort. I don't feel like in general, volunteer run efforts should be funneling finances through the borough. I know that's been done in the past with various things. That's just, I mean, no other government is doing that sort of thing. So I don't have a problem contributing to help them through this gap. It's a relatively low amount of money. I just think we need to be mindful come budget season going forward in future years. You know,
I agree.
whether we want to continue that practice.
Well, like Rhoda said earlier, you know, that's the only thing that gets to the people's house now. I mean, they don't have a newspaper, you know, so little, you know, $500-600 every quarter or something. To me, that's nothing to get into everybody's house and get all the info there.
But it really wouldn't even be that because
Right,
really.
but I'm just, yeah, right.
Sure, yeah,
And it benefits the town, like you said.
Sure.
It's
It
a
does, yeah.
Community newspaper
This newsletter is sent to every taxpaying
yeah.
Every house.
person in Verona, correct?
and businesses
Every
too.
business.
And businesses.
So the tax money is, even if it's spent, tax money is spent on the newsletter, it is
Yeah.
being
Right.
directly sent to every taxpaying
Right.
person in Verona.
Plus, what we do is we'll go to the businesses and, because they're advertising in it. And we'll give like at least 5 to 10 copies to everybody.
Well, like Angela said, the ads are so big, you're paying per sheet. Not, you cut the ads down or you pay more per ad. I know through the fire, off the subject, we're having a county convention, we're selling a book, we're going to business. And you pay for either a 1/4 page ad, an 1/8 page ad, half page, you pay for more. That's something that maybe, I don't know if you can do or not, but,
We're trying to avoid.
We don't want to raise the rates
well, you're not raising the rates, you're
for
just,
the advertising.
you're just
rates.
going from, okay, you're taking a thing and you're getting a full page ad. Now you're only gonna get a half or a 1/4 page.
Yeah, for the same price.
Yeah, they're still getting their ad in there. But now you've got 4 people, potentially 4 people on 1 page. Cut down on your pages and cut down on your, right. And I can explain, off the side, I can explain to you how we do it up there.
So I appreciate the clarity on that. That was my question about the financial portion of that.
So next time, when there's a vote, there are, like Dave said, there are 2 pieces to this. There's, the immediate this year, and then there's the long term. Are we voting, is the resolution gonna be for this year, or is council?
I would
next
say for this
time,
quarter.
voting on a policy for like. moving
Well,
forward?
Can you do 2 separate ones?
Well, here, Ray brings up a good point. So stepping back, I think there needs to be a decision for this year. Like, I don't think we should go beyond this year because next year is a different budget cycle. And this was an oversight in the budget that we're trying to correct. We can correct that through the budget process this fall for future years. But Ray brings up a good point about, do we want to just do this quarterly? And one potential is that the newsletter group could submit their estimates or their financials by quarter as to what they need from the borough. And we could take it 1 quarter at a time, or we could say for the year, the borough's gonna authorize this, the council's gonna authorize this amount not to exceed $4,000 that can be used towards filling that gap. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, basically, they have been self-sufficient.
Yeah, no,
And I agree, and I'm not, and just to be clear, going forward in future years, I'm not saying one way or another to continue that or to cut it. It's just a decision for council to make. And I think that decision can wait till the budget process, but
I would wait, because if they get the 501c3,
it may
It'll
not
be a
be,
different
it may not be
ball of wax.
necessary, but for now, I would propose that the motion for the next meeting be for council to authorize an amount not to exceed, whatever we agree and find reasonable to use to plug the gap through the end of this calendar year.
you
Right.
figure if they're looking at like maybe $600 this quarter, so you got 2 more, 2 more quarters.
Yeah, it might
You're
not.
talking a maximum of $2,000.
If
but-
this was an oversight from last year they had $4,000,
Right.
correct?
Yes, we did.
This year, half the year's gone, so
Yeah,
$2,000 sounds
and once they start.
sounds like the math's right there. Not to exceed $2,000 for the remainder of the year if they were to need it. If that sounds good to everybody.
Basically, we just need something to fall back on just in case we can't meet that bill. That's all. If we don't need it, we're not gonna touch the money.
Oh, yeah, understood. So, I think that
I think that's good.
solves that unless anyone,
Right, so I'll
Has
write it
anything-
not to exceed $2,000, and this is for 2022.
Everybody good?
Good with that.
All right. Next thing, LGAT, Technical Assistance Program. I spoke to Joy Ruff at Local Government Academy, and she informed me that they have a technical assistance program that is free for communities to participate in. She suggested that Verona might be a good fit. I ran this by Finance Committee, I guess it was the last meeting. I think it was last meeting, and Finance Committee felt this was a good thing for the borough. It would be free to the borough. And that we would work with basically a municipal consultant who would assist us in doing a 3-year operational history and analysis, 3-year trend analysis related to our finances. I mean, it's all there. I'm not going to read it because we have a very long agenda, but basically, help us with assessing financial health and make some recommendations. And, we would just need to adopt, pass a resolution next time. We already meet a lot of the criteria for eligibility because we already have a finance committee. We already have at least one elected official in the newly elected officials course. We have the recommendation from LGA to participate. And the only thing that we haven't checked the box for would be that, people from the borough would need to be enrolled in the free training that's available through the virtual academy. So I certainly would be doing that, and public officials can also participate. So the question is it the will of council that we pursue this free technical assistance program or not? And if yes, then I'll have the resolution prepared for next
The
time.
key word was free.
Yes,
So
Yeah.
we'll take it.
yes.
I think, obviously it's great that it's free. I think that, just reading through this is a really valuable thing. I mean, I know we've gone through a rocky stretch with finances the last couple of years. We are by no means out of the woods. We are by no means solid on just finances and administrative capacity or nailing down some of these things related to, financial management and processes and that sort of thing. So I think we've come a long way. We're doing really well considering, but I think this will just be an independent expert to give us, a further assessment, a deeper dive that we haven't really gotten before on what we can do to continue on the track we're on. So I think seems like a great program.
Mhm.
All right, so it sounds like people are pretty in favor of this, so I will have that resolution prepared for next time. And with that, I finished for now.
All right, thank you, Christine. Item 6 is use of and access to borough garage by community groups. So this has been brought up a few times at recent meetings. We basically said, I think at the last meeting, that we were going to put this on for workshop. There's two uses that I'm aware of that, as far as past use, current use, and potential future use. And one is chamber using the storage space in the DPW garage. Another is Garden Club using it in the past. We did develop an agreement with the Garden Club for the hanging baskets, and I believe that's a later topic in the meeting, somewhat related. But I know, for instance, for Botany and Booze, they're looking to use the garage overnight between the two, Saturday and Sunday, to store carts of plants, like they did last year. So it's really just trying to formulate a general policy for use of this type of space for community groups. And I'm totally open to hear what everyone else on council has. I haven't formulated an opinion one way or another, but just, I took some notes and I just wanted to throw this out there for discussion. But does this, are we, the thing I think that we need to be mindful of is just setting a precedent for other groups. If we're doing one thing for one group, is another group going to say, hey, I have, justification to use some. I think this is, I mean, for instance, the botany and booze thing, I think that is, I don't know what the alternative is, other than them using that space, how they have in the past. Just some of my concerns that I think we need to work through are one, just be mindful of the DPW crew, like that's their house, that garage, that's their space. I want us to be mindful of encroaching on it. You know, it's not a community event center. There's a lot of heavy duty equipment in there. There's potential, liabilities, potential insurance issues there. And I think we can probably work around some of those for certain cases. I just, again, just want to throw that out there for thought. And storage costs. I mean, it's some of the stuff that's being stored. I don't know the size of the space that's there for chamber, but yeah, I think it's fairly significant. If you were to get a storage unit for that sort of thing, it's not it's maybe $100 a month roundabout. So we did make a decision earlier as council about not using the garage for garden club baskets. So I just want people to keep that in mind. Maybe one thing we can do is address it with a liability waiver. Strictly limit it to only those that have signed a liability waiver to enter, and that they enter with a DPW member present. It's just an idea to try to find a compromise there, so that maybe Public Works doesn't feel like there's invaders, and there's people encroaching on their space when they're not there. Let's see. The other thing is just access. I know there's keys out there. I don't know if we might want to look at rekeying some of these things in the future, because we don't know what keys are floating out there and who has access currently.
You wouldn't know if we had our cameras in there.
Yeah.
You mean cameras in the garage?
Oh, yeah, heck, yeah.
Do-
Sorry.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Right, so.
Are you asking for opinions now? or-
So yes, I just make sure I have those are my notes. I want to work through this. I want to find something that everyone's comfortable with, but those are my pieces. Feel free to have at it.
Okay,
Dave.
all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dave, I have a suggestion. I know you don't want anybody in the garage for safety reasons, and I understand that, and I appreciate it. So when I talked to Garden Club, our garden club here, I made a suggestion. It's very obvious we can't leave the plants outside. They'd be stolen, damaged, whatever. So I said, what if we put them directly inside the door, behind the door, where nobody would step? We would reach in and get the plants and then have them put up. Or now we're gonna need them for botany and booze. So what if we put them directly inside the door, not in the middle of the garage or in way in another part, just right inside the door where we can reach in physically and take them out?
Sylvia, I believe they're on big metal racks.
I remember last year they were.
they're gonna have to go in the garage.
There's a lot of them.
To store them in the garage.
Like 6-foot metal.
It's not just I'm outside of the garage and I can
Right.
reach in and pull them out. I understand what you're saying. Keep them close to the garage door.
Good approach.
I think we can still do that. It's just if you're letting anyone, if you're opening that garage door and letting people walk in there,
Well, some borough official, whether it be the police, someone DPW, some president or something has a key. You let them in and you let them out. They don't have keys to get in and out.
I don't even know if, by insurance,
Right,
typically like council members are authorized or
right.
supposed to be going in there. And I don't even know.
I don't know.
It's not a bad suggestion, Ray. I just don't
But I know
know.
the garden club has their own insurance and everything now. I know that.
I'd like to make a comment too.
But-
So would I, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
No, when you're done,
I was just responding to Ray, but
Right.
we'd have to figure out who who is able to be in there. Maybe that's a question for Craig. Maybe that's, I don't know, but anyway.
Go ahead. I got a couple more comments, but let Rhoda and Dave go.
All right, pick a number 1 to 5.
3.
Go ahead, I'll wait. Go ahead.
In 1989, when I came on the Verona Chamber, myself and Kevin and Kier Ewing were the youngest ones on there. And the relationship with Council and the chambers was very bad at the time. A lot of the older guys on Council and the chambers, they didn't get along. New council members came in. I was one of them. New chamber members, a lot of them retired. All new members came in. And we created, I guess you want to call it bonds. We really all got along together. We worked together. And in the past, the chamber has always decorated the town, you know, for the holidays, put some flags up, put the Christmas lights, and they bought everything themselves. And they put them in PNC Bank at the time. Everything was over there because we just had the old police station over there in the borough garage done at the other place. And when we built this place in '95, the relationship that both organizations, or the council and the chambers had, we got together and the chamber board asked, could we have a spot over there? And they absolutely says yes. So the chambers built that pavilion over there, the shed over there, whatever you want to call it. I think it was like $1,500. We came down on a Saturday, we all built it. And since then we have got a lot more flags that we put up, you know, annually, I guess we could say. Got a lot of Christmas stuff in there. We had the fall festival come in. Everything was in there. That was run by the chamber also. We never had a problem. The chamber is fully insured for $1 million and we never had a problem. And from what I understand, the garden club now is also insured for $1 million and they've used it also in the past, never had a problem. The chamber, you know, like the garden club, we can't afford $100 a month. Our budget, the last meeting at the treasurer says we have $4,000 in our account. When COVID hit, we took a big hit. We didn't charge for 2 years. This is going to actually be the first year that they're sending out dues money. And we had discussed it, and the chambers don't have the $100. So there might be a lot of items up for sale is what I'm going to say, because I know they're not going to rent a, you know, spot down at the down below here at the rental spot, and we have nowhere to put it. So like I said, it's starting to be, you know, like it was again in the past, you know, bad blood between the two. And I hope it doesn't become that, because the chamber, like the garden club, they're doing it for this town. They're doing it for the community, to improve it, to make it look nice. You know, hardly anybody has a key. I have a key, and probably a couple other council people, which they have every right to have a key to this building because they're council people. And Kirk Ewing has the key. We're the only two that have a key to go over there when we need to. You know, we store stuff in there for our car crews. There's going to be a lot of changes if this board decides to not allow not only us, but the garden club in there. That's all I'm going to say.
Dave, I don't want to correct you, but, or mean to correct you, but council actually had, or chamber actually has, they had $4,000, but now they have $2,000 because they donated $2,000 of that $4,000 to the Verona, the new Verona welcome signs. So chamber is constantly providing things for this town.
Chamber's the backbone of this business.
It is. I agree with
that. They do a lot. They've done, you know, spaghetti dinners to help, you know, certain families out that, you know, their kids were, you know, going through bad times along with the fire department, you know, letting them use the fire hall. It's not just a group that, I mean, they're like the garden club. They're here to improve this community, to make it look inviting when you come into town, to have things going on. I'm done.
Well, they could step that up a little bit anyway. We're a small community. We're really small, and I have to defend the organizations. I understand we're trying to do new things. I get it. Liability, I get it. But like the chamber really has no place. I don't see a big deal of them using a little section or the flower club using a little section, you know, because the garage that's the furthest away, actually, the whole place could be cleaned up and be more organized. But we have the space and we're a small community. Where are we coming off that we say, you know, you can't be in here? Or, you know, I just don't understand it. And number one, and number two, when you're saying that DPW, we're invading their space, they're employees.
Correct.
Number one. But number two, we're the backbone and making the decisions for the betterment of the town.
You're the boss.
We're the boss. So I don't understand why we have to be, I mean, who's running? Are we letting the employees, and it's always been like this in the past too, the employees are running the town, which is not a good thing. I don't think it should be. But I think we need to share space. We're small. We have to keep working together. And the chamber has been doing, it has done a lot. Can it improve? Sure. Can we improve? Sure. But I really don't see a big deal. And the same with the keys. When I was a councilman before, I had to come in and out of this building because of the history room. Where is anyone getting off that I'm not allowed in this building? These are taxpayer dollars that built this building.
Yes.
And these employees are paid by our taxpayer dollars. So I get a little offended when I'm being told that I am not permitted to come in this building. I don't know.
Who's
Maybe I'm
keeping you out
over
of the building?
exaggerating. I might be out of control.
Who's keeping you out of the building, I guess? Because it seems right now the tone is like it's an ultimatum of like, it's either this or that, but I think for me.
Shouldn't be.
I know, and I don't know who's keeping you out of a building, but if you need in the building, I don't have a key. I don't know who does or doesn't have a key.
You
but
should.
I think for some of the things I'm seeing here, I've been on other councils and I've had a key before. I've not asked for one for here, but I've called the police or stopped them and get go to let me in when I've needed to off hours. Where I find that the question that for what we're looking at right now about access and, you know, the liability, it's more of, I mean, take a look back in the last 16, 18 months with all the turnover we've had, the people who have had our files, who have had our keys, all the things we have. One thing that we should have consistent is a policy. So as we add new people, we have a rotation of council members that represent us. I've been in a situation where you've had, not here, but you've had 15, 18 people in the community have keys to a door that has the police station, the borough chambers, the fire, all the things that you have. So we need to address these as a policy. This is not a dig at any one community group. And I've talked about this before, you know, just like you said, the backbone of a community where you are providing literally meals on tables for families, where you're fundraising for things, you're providing the amenities that people want to walk down the hill or up the hill to. So I don't disagree with any of those things, but I just don't want the tone to be that it's this or that. The conversations I've been a part of here at public meetings is just asking the question. I've been asking a lot of questions just because, you know, if we're to go in, you're new, I'm new, you're new. I mean, we've been in public meeting, but as we do all these things, we should be asking these questions because I'm not always going to be on council. You're not always going to be secretary. You're not always going to be mayor. So as we do these things, it doesn't have to be, you said some of these, you built the shed back in 95. Yeah, so we shouldn't have to be, you know, recall from 36, whatever, 26 years ago, you know, what it was. We should understand what it is now, because otherwise we can't, you know, pass along to the next group of people. And we're going to constantly question, what are we doing? What are we not doing? The support of the garden club, you know, have access to the garage. I'm in support of having it, but and this is just an instance. It's not the club or the organization, but we should understand what that is. So it's not, and it's not a demand. I don't want that to be the don't misconstrue that. It's not a demand of something. It's more of like, it's a request, it's an advance, we know what it is. It's like, yeah, absolutely. And then you work with, you know, here's how we do this so that we're aware. So it's not a surprise when someone opens up the front door because we have a flood and someone's got to get a backhoe out and they got to move stuff they didn't know was there. Or there's something that, you know, someone comes in and it's not known. So it's more of understanding the policy than communicating is where I'm coming from. And I know some of these questions, and some of the comments are from, a long time ago, and I'm new to the community. I'm probably one of the newer people, one of the new families that moved in 3-4 years ago. So I just want to, I'm a little guarded to say I'm the new guy kind of asking some policy questions too, but all well-intended, just as much as it's well-intended for the community groups that we're discussing use for these things. So I just want to share that as, my intention is just make sure that there's a full understanding. And
There
there's
should be
over
policy.
communication of it, and then we move forward. And also the patience for the community groups as we all, in this public meeting, discuss these things in workshop. I also know from recent history, like these discussions were not always had at the dais in front of a public group. So this is also an exercise in us explaining our thought process and arriving at something. So I don't want it to be a this or that, or this is, miscommunicated in the game of telephone of like, you got to get your stuff out, or we don't, you're not wanted, or there's, that footprint's not yours. It is all ours. So I just want to share that sentiment.
And I appreciate that, because it's
Yeah.
true. We're working together.
Absolutely.
Can I echo that sentiment? But we do need a policy. I agree with everything that Rhoda and the mayor said also, and kind of to put it into my own words, we can't, as a council, keep cutting the legs out from underneath these volunteer and nonprofit groups and expect them to still provide what they provide for this town. And they provide a lot for this town, whether it's chamber or the garden club, or even RAA providing youth activities for our children. We can't continue to keep taking and expect them to keep giving. Because if we keep taking, they're gonna stop giving. And then we're gonna be in a lot worse off situation than we are right now. So.
But I'm in favor of creating policy for everything.
I am too.
To be fair with everybody. We need to be fair with each other,
Yeah.
But, and really, the people elected us to make good, positive decisions. I mean, that's why we're here.
Yeah, the last thing I want is any one of you behind closed doors make something happen and learn about it later. And I think that's what I've heard in past years has happened, not just this community, any community.
Absolutely.
So I don't know who Bill or Tom or Sandy might have been, or Sandy's actual name. So this is nothing against Sandy. Any person who used to be here before me, that it's like, we're bound by that. We heard some of that tonight. Very passionate response from you, Mayor, on past people's actions. So with policy, we'll be able to address these. So it's not an issue 4, 5, 6, 7 years down the line for any instance, because it's all been understood.
And I'm thanking
agreed on.
Christine for enforcing that concept of creating policy. Because that's what's going to keep us on track.
That's right.
Well, and so I appreciate all the feedback here, and I just want to be clear. I literally did not come into this having formulated an opinion on which way to go here.
Right, right.
I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of, and again, everyone seems in agreement, we need a policy.
Right.
We don't have a policy. What's happened in the past, it seems, is that past councils, individual council members, I don't even know who, people have given authorization or given, to groups or to individuals to do certain things. And I appreciate the history, Mayor. I'm not trying to discount that at all, but I just want us to be deliberate and mindful of just saying the way we did things, the way we've been doing things all along, just keep doing it that way. I don't think anything we should just keep doing just because that's the way it's always been done. But I do think we need to have a reset and say, okay, we come together. If we feel that this is how we want to use our facilities and taxpayer resources for these groups, that's fine. We just need to be deliberate and acknowledge that we are giving up space, or we are contributing these resources, or we are spending this money, so that it's clear to all of us and to the public what's being done with those resources. So if the public says, I really don't want you, handing out money to whoever, and I'm not going to pick on anyone,
Right,
but
right.
that they can say, hey, we don't really like that. In the past, that was not done transparently at all. It was done behind closed doors. Here's a key to come into the garage. You need it for this event. Go for it. And again, I'm not trying to point the finger at anyone in particular.
Right, right.
I'm just saying it was a product of not having a system, not having a policy in place. So I just want us to be deliberate. I would like us to be mindful of the employees. I hear people say that they're not the boss. We are the council, we are in charge, but that's the space they have to work in day and day out. those are, it's taxpayer owned, it's taxpayer funded. Everything that goes along with that. But we are depending on them to get a job done. And for instance, in an event last year, I saw the garage doors open, the side door open, middle of a Saturday afternoon during an event. I don't even remember which event it was. There was use of the garage space. Anyone could have snuck in out the side door and gotten out with tools. I walked by, Sergeant Francos walked by, he said, "Hey, who opened the door?" I said, "I don't know." It had been like that for someone said for quite some time. So it's just, we're just leaving the barn door open for anyone to walk in and take stuff or do something or get hurt, God forbid, and then we have a lawsuit or an insurance issue. So I just think if we're gonna let people use it, if we're gonna let people outside of the Public Works Department go into that space, we need to have some strict rules about entering and liability waiver, whatever. We can clear that with Craig. That's my main concern here, and just getting a policy that we all are aware of and can stick to.
How about having a clipboard? So whoever goes in and out, you sign the clipboard, put your time in, there's ways of working around it,
I would just like to say something as a person who is an employee.
Yeah.
People respect my space. We don't let people just come into my space unattended, frequently, or even attended. We don't let people into the police department unattended. I never go in there unless I'm with chief investigating a specific thing like the workstation.
Mhm.
And so I feel that it's my duty to advocate also for Public Works, because that is their space, that is their workspace. And I would just ask that whatever policies are created, show the same respect to Public Works and their space as is shown to the administrative office, and I'll call it my space, and the police department
I
space.
agree.
When we don't show that respect, then, if people just started doing whatever they wanted and had access to my files or whatever, then I'm going to feel very bad about working here. And I don't want our team to have those same sentiments because people are just in there. So I just,
That's a
so
point
I
well
just,
put.
so I just ask that the policies are written in such a way that shows respect to them in the same way that you all show respect to me and my office and the police.
Well, we're just saying, Christine, not for us to take over the entire garage area,
I understand.
but just for the one section. If we just have one section that they're not really using, they haven't used that one section for 100 years where the chamber had their room there. Could it be cleaned up? I'm sure. But if we just had a designated area, that's not invading their space. So if we could make a compromise.
Mr.
Yeah,
President, if I may.
Well, go ahead.
I just have a couple comments on the whole subject. Number one, I do not, I'm another one that does not have a key, never was approached to get one, never was approached to given one. And I really don't even want one. We have cameras, we can see who's in and out of here. As far as the chamber, they built that place, they're over there out of the way. I'm good with them staying over there in the corner. They don't bother anybody. Now, we need a policy on who comes in and out. Absolutely. You just can't come in and out. So that's my opinion. That's my 2 cents worth on the chamber. I think we keep them there. Why do we get rid of the chamber stuff when what they do for us? They put all the Christmas decorations up. They put the flowers up. They put the this and that and whatever. So that's my opinion on the chambers staying over there. As far as the garden club, I think they're another group. There's not going to be a crap ton of groups. Sorry about that. There's not going to be a crap ton of groups that come in one garage
Two
space.
strikes, Ray.
2 strikes, I'm out.
Yeah, you strike.
We're getting late.
When you're out.
Sorry.
Hey, would you like to swear?
Yeah. So as far as the garden club, they do a lot. They really do. They make the town look nice. They do a great job. If there's not enough space over there, I'm sure that we can put their baskets down in the lower garage, down at the salt shed garage. Because we talked about cleaning that, having them clean that out and get rid of some of them materials, Joe. Remember some of the machinery in that? I don't think they have that. like their baskets, you know, they will take up that much space, either over here or down there, you know? I just think they all need policies, I agree. But as far as, you know, get out, go find your own space, we're done with you now. I don't think that needs to be done.
We're too small.
That's my 2 cents worth on it all. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. Again, I appreciate this discussion, these comments. What I would suggest as a starting point for a policy would be, people are not allowed in the DPW garage without someone from DPW with them.
But then again, Dave, the only thing I'll say to that, if it's a weekend when they want to put their flyers in, are we gonna call the DPW out? Why can't we designate the police, or Dave might be here with his key or somebody to call DPW out and then pay overtime? You know,
Have designated council people.
you know,
I don't like that idea.
well,
You're
Okay,
gonna
definitely
pay
council
overtime then just to have them come in and open the door.
I mean,
You just need to vote on
I
it.
like council people because, I mean, we were elected because the community trusts us. That we wouldn't have got elected if they didn't see us fit to be sitting here. So I don't see an issue with a council member letting a member of chamber or a member of the garden club into the garage.
I don't think that sort of thing happens in any other municipality,
It doesn't.
anywhere.
I talked to a bunch of municipalities. It doesn't happen elsewhere.
I mean, look, I get the sense, you know, we want to allow chamber to use that, continue using that space. I don't have a problem with that. We want to use the garden club to use it under certain, you know, circumstances. I don't have a problem with that either, but there needs to be some kind of checks and balances on who goes in and out of there.
But what about going to the history room? That people are coming in and going to the history room. What about RAA with that shed up there? I mean, you could actually climb up on the roof on that. That's a big liability too. We're allowing that. It's kind of the same thing.
But again, should we be allowing that?
I don't think we have keys to that shed, do we?
We don't. I'm saying the roof is low enough where you could climb up. I mean, if you want to start to nitpick is what I'm getting at.
Well,
I mean, everything is a liability. Walking over here into the gazebo is a liability. You know, our own insurance carrier has not said, hey, you shouldn't do this. You know, Kevin Ewing, he keeps saying, hey, the chamber has $1 million liability. The borough has $1 million liability. The garden club has $1 million liability. We're covered.
well, Dave,
I understand what
let's
you're
acknowledge the
saying.
conflict there. We're insured by Ewing. Ewing is the one, Ewing is president of the chamber, and they're using the space in the garage.
But do you think that they would want to lose the account of the borough if they, were wrong? They know better than us. I mean,
They might very well. I'm not saying that there would be anything wrong there. I'm just saying that there's an inherent conflict in that arrangement. And again, I'm not opposed at this point to letting them continue to use the space, but to me, the borough garage is much different than the history center. Walking into an office space, basically, versus a large garage with a lot of heavy machinery and a lot of valuable equipment. I just, to me, that there is a big difference there. You know, in other municipalities, public is allowed into the borough administration building spaces. Nowhere else is it allowed for people outside of the public works to go into a garage.
that's up to the board. That's a voting
Then
issue.
maybe we
then.
can make arrangements, like if you have to get in, notify Christine or notify somebody, and that would solve the problem. I mean, just ask to get let in.
I think we need to just sit down and try to come up, we could be on this same subject for 2 more
Oh
hours.
my gosh, yeah.
Come up with the policy on what we want and vote on it and go from there.
Well, I mean, I think that's what we're
Right.
trying to do.
I
but
understand.
it's-
But we don't have no policies written yet.
No, and I'm trying to set
But he's trying to create something.
Right.
a foundation for something that we can, live with.
I think the duality is here that we need to be very guarded for what we have, what we're responsible for, but we
Right.
also need to be supportive of the groups. If we can identify where that middle ground is, that we have a very, I don't want to be crippled by policy. I don't think any of us do. But we lack we lack a lot of policy.
Mhm.
So if we could just, address this as if we need to be guarded for what we have. No, we're covered in many spots, like we said, with insurance, whatever this is, but be guarded for the footprint that we're responsible for, but be open and welcome and supporting those groups that support us. It seems like a very easy thing, but I hear that we're getting stuck in instances and with specific groups, and I don't think that's a good place to go. I think
Can the
we've
pub-
benefited from a lot of the groups, and I think that we also need to be mindful of, how we're doing this. If it's by request, and if it's communicated to people, it seems like that's the two big hangups.
Well, how about the police? How about like when I have to come into for the historical society meeting, if the doors are locked and the cops aren't around, I just call 911, tell them this isn't an emergency. You can always have the cop, or a cop open like if they had to drop off flowers, ask a policeman if none of us are around, because if you don't want us to have the keys and that stuff, so be it. But at least you could at least ask a policeman or call a policeman, hey, can you let me in so I can take these baskets in? How
Yeah, if
about
it's a-
that? Put that in the policy.
Yeah, if it's by formal request, it's not like a pop-up, like they're, it's a surprise to anyone,
Yeah,
then
I
I don't
mean-
think there's an issue. And, assessing the use of the footprint, I think there's an understanding. How many community groups do we have in Verona? Does anyone know?
A lot.
Take a guess.
Over a dozen.
Oh, you think?
15, 18?
I'd say about a dozen.
Here's where I think the issue falls. Say we have
I mean, you
15
got-
groups.
Churches are nonprofits. So
Yeah.
No,
people
he's
that
saying
we
I think
benefit
community
from
groups,
their
like-
activity. Here's the thing that it's the toughest part. Every community group does good work. Every community group and its volunteers are well-intended. Every community group is working with somebody within our community here. I think where I want to stay away from is that if there's any assumption that if we have one group get 10 square feet of something, that we have to do that for 15. I think that's the dangerous spot that my whole stance on policy is. I know it's not the reality. I don't know if it's going to be, they got this, I need that too, but that's where I think I find myself most guarded, because we only have so many square feet. We only have so many keys. So if we give one key to each council member, one to the mayor, one to each of the police officers, and we have it for key community group hold, that's a lot of keys and that's a lot of square footage. So just to be transparent about what I'm taking a look at, the conversations we've had recently, that's where I find myself, because I want to be fair and I want to be equitable. But, when it comes down to it, we're not going to have, the square footage and the lock set keys to make everyone a partner in this. And I don't disagree with, I don't think anything I've heard tonight, this is good conversation, but the policy is going to have to be written at some point so that there's an understanding. So otherwise, we're going to fall to another holiday or another occasion where we're all grateful for the support and the volunteerism that we see and the activities that are going on. But we're all looking at each other like, well, who let them in? Who's cleaning up? Who's coming in next? It's dirty from yesterday. I didn't know they were there. I don't have the key. That person died. Where's their key? They're not elected anymore. Where's the key? Right now, I don't know who in this room has a key to anything. I know in past months since I've been on council, I know a lot of people that shouldn't have keys. There's a lot of people I don't know from town from 2 councils ago that probably have keys.
Well,
So I think it's good conversation so that we can just have a level playing ground on this is the standard, this is the policy, and then there's use of it, not abuse of it.
I'll tell you, through the years too, not to go back and, say, we used to do this, we used to do that. I never remember, and David, you can back me up on this, I've never seen or heard of any situation that was, a problem in the past history of the chamber being there or us using certain facilities, because we always, I don't think any of us, even through the years I was on council before, if we went somewhere, let's say in the garage, it was either to talk to one of them. It wasn't to hang out there. We used to do floats for Christmas parades. And we used to use the garage that was the furthest to the parking lot. Never had a problem. We used it and it just seemed like we worked together. It just didn't seem like it was like an issue. And I think we're creating an issue that doesn't really exist. I understand policy is very important. But I'm saying if the space needed to be used, I mean, if you just, have a request application or something, if you need to get to be that extreme.
And the street department's been very helpful with everything. Look when
Absolutely,
we had the fall
absolutely.
festival. We had the bingo over there.
Yeah.
All those games and everything were on the other side. They
And-
helped make arrangements to put everything there.
Even when we did the
We
floats,
all
and it's
worked
up,
together.
we cleaned up, like AJ and those guys never had to do anything because we did everything,
Right.
I don't know. I think we're creating a problem. It's not really a problem.
I do think, Rhoda,
You know.
but to that point, and I don't know, and maybe someone else can shed light on the details. I do recall in the last year or two, there have been issues with, either things being left in the garage or somewhere in the building, and DPW didn't know it was going to be there at that time. And so it's part of it's just communicating.
Okay, exactly. There you go.
But again, I'm not trying to throw, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to throw Chamber out of that space. I'm not trying to kick Garden Club out of that space, certainly not for Botany and Booze. But I mean, we got to come up with some kind of.
The bottom line, if I may, is come up with some type of policy and everybody got to agree yes or no and go from there.
Yeah.
To address Joey and Dave's concerns, I think you both had the same concerns about if we grant one entity access to borough property over another, that you're opening the floodgates. Volunteer groups and nonprofit organizations, especially smaller ones in smaller communities like this, are mostly not greedy by nature of what they're doing. They're raising money to donate to help their community get better or help their area get better. So I don't think that allowing one entity access to the garage is going to necessarily open up the floodgates to everybody. A lot of the nonprofits that are smaller in town won't ask if they don't need it. Like they won't, like the newsletter. The newsletter has had $6,000 or $4,000 in the budget for over 20 years. They asked for it once now. So it's not like they said, hey, we have $6,000, let's use it or it'll be gone. No, they're a nonprofit. They don't ask if they need it to help them continue to giving back to the community. So I think we're worried about stuff that we shouldn't really worry about. We can worry about it if it becomes a problem, but I don't see it becoming a problem.
Does anyone else, and I think I'm hearing you, like, we don't need a policy for this.
No, we do
No,
need a
do a
policy
policy.
for it, but I don't want everybody to be scared to make a policy, because if we make a policy saying that, let's say we let Chamber to continue to function in the garage as they have been, or we let the Garden Club store their hanging baskets in the garage when needed. I don't think that's necessarily opening the door, and you're not going to have, 12 other nonprofits coming to council meetings saying, well, they get to use a garage, why can't we? That's greed, and that is not the nature of nonprofits. That's
it's an
the
occasional,
opposite of what
yeah.
Yeah, I don't-
nonprofits do.
It's
I hear what
occasional.
you're saying. That's a good way to look at it, but I don't think it's a matter of greed or not. I think it's just setting a standard for what we make available.
And how we use our resources.
Yeah.
Like saying, yes, we're gonna be deliberate and give authorization to use these borough resources for these purposes, rather than in the past, some of those resources were given up without council as a whole authorizing it. So if, do we want to just allow things status quo as is? Is that the policy to allow?
No, I said we need a policy,
Yeah.
But
but I just
So-
want everybody to keep that in
But
mind.
what are your suggestions? I mean, I threw out a compromise or a suggestion of no one enters the garage. We continue to allow Chamber to use it as is. We use it for Botany and Booze as it was last year. No one enters the garage without DPW present? I mean, are
Or
there
prior-
alternate?
Prior approval.
Or
prior-
police presence,
prior
because then we fall to.
Notification.
So DPW or police?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
prior
because Saturday
notification.
and Sunday, are we willing to pay the administrative cost to pay DPW overtime to come in on a Saturday to let somebody into the garage for 7 minutes?
We'll call you, Dave.
They sign in. That's what we do with anybody wants to use tables and chairs. We have a clipboard
Clipboard.
there. You put the date and the time and how many tables you use, how many chairs.
Mhm.
And the same thing should be done like that. You call the borough office, hey, we're gonna be in there Sunday to do a cleanup at 10 o'clock. Okay, so it's logged. So we sign in as we come in.
Yeah, but the police we could notify the
Or the police
police.
can let you in, but they don't have to stay there.
No, they don't have to stay, yeah.
You had something to add?
Yeah, there are a few things. One is it's 9:30 and we're on item number 6 of 19. So I do think I think this is a really critical conversation. I think what everybody's in agreement on is wanting to continue to support the numerous community groups that Verona is so fortunate to have. It's really incredible work that all the groups do and contribute to the community and just the vitality of the borough. I think everybody's in agreement on that. I think from my perspective, this is going to be a really hard policy to write, possibly the hardest policy that gets written, frankly, because on the one hand, we really do need to balance how do we support the groups in a way that works for them and works for the borough based on, various constraints. And part of those constraints really are, it is incumbent upon council and me as elected and appointed officials and mayor, well, you're elected, but I didn't say can't be mayor explicitly, to limit exposure for the borough. Because if we increase our exposure, we are putting taxpayer dollars at risk. And so this policy is really critical. It's how do we acknowledge modern day best practices and limiting liability while at the same time continuing to support the groups. And this is hard. We are not going to figure that out tonight, especially at 9:30. I'm looking around, our eyes are already glazing over and we have way more to do.
Can I make a
So
suggestion?
I would suggest we table this and people really think about it, come with ideas, and that can just be one whole workshop topic. That's all we talk about. Iron this out, put something in writing, percolate and vote after that.
Can I make a small suggestion and then, you can write it down or I'll email it to you, but we only have one group that is requesting long-term storage in the garage, correct? And that is the Chamber of Commerce.
Correct.
So why can't we write a policy saying the Chamber of Commerce is allowed to use the facility that they built, basically, because they built the shed inside the garage. We continue to let them use that for long-term storage. And if anybody else needs to use it, any other nonprofit or volunteer group needs to use the space for short-term storage, like Botany and Booze or the Verona Garden Club for hanging the baskets, that we take that on a case-by-case basis. It doesn't happen too often. What, twice a year, 3 times a year? I think we could just vote on that in council on a case-by-case basis and make sure that our policy says that Chamber is allowed to continue using their storage space that they built 30 years ago. I don't know, 40 years ago, how many years ago? I mean, that seems like the simplest policy right now. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. You work on it or throw it out. But, I mean,
Vince, would you add anything about continuing use of the History Center, since that?
well, I mean, yeah, that
or-
should be grandfathered in because
Or,
our time capsules in the History Center. So, yeah.
and then what about access for outside people?
What we discussed earlier.
So-
If you need access and DPW is not working, contact the police. If you need to borrow the Chamber's tables and they tell the police it's okay, you come sign them out and return them after the event.
The only ones that do borrow the chamber stuff is chamber members and police officers.
I mean, there's some special stuff
Right.
like
Yeah.
somebody
But
might
it's
have a
not like every-
graduation and ask them if they could use chairs for their yard. or
Right, it's not
something.
like everybody comes down and wants.
No, it doesn't happen
Right.
often. That's what I mean. I think we're overthinking this. and
Yeah,
Making it
I
a
agree,
problem.
If
that
it was blowing
isn't
out of
there.
proportion.
I agree.
All right, so we putting that, I don't know what we're doing. Are we using what Vince suggested and
Well,
putting that?
I'm sure Christine could put it a little more eloquently than me, and so take all of our ideas and.
I feel that there's like too many ideas out there. Some of the ideas are conflicting. This is not gonna be a Christine writes up a resolution that summarizes this conversation because, I mean, this has been almost an hour. And there are conflicting ideas, there are different viewpoints. I think this truly is a write down what you think should be in a policy, come prepared, and then hash it out in a workshop meeting, what it's gonna be. We can whiteboard it, we can project it, we can do all that stuff that really puts it up there so everybody knows what we're talking about. And this is a future meeting.
Yeah, that, everyone okay with that?
Yep.
All right. Then we'll move on. Next is item 7, inspection of the public dock, presented by Trish Showalter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of you will recall at the last meeting, it was brought up about doing a routine inspection of one of our favorite public assets, which is the Verona Public Dock. It was brought up that we had a process previously in place, but the details were not exactly recalled, although we did find some. So I'll get to that in a moment. This is something our committee discussed, and we did reach out to Steel City Rowing, and I wanted to share some comments from Will Brown, the current president of Steel City Rowing's board. He is very willing to help the borough. There's 2 docks, as many of you know. We have the public dock, which is on the right if you're looking at the river, and then the Steel City dock, which is on the left. The Steel City dock is bigger. I don't have exact square footage, but it's significantly bigger than the public dock. So they have volunteers who perform routine inspection on their dock, and they are willing to monitor Verona's public dock for essentially the cost of materials. He said they do keep a loose eye for major items, but they don't go through with as much detail as they have been with their dock, doing things like counting the number of bolts on each plank and so on and so forth. But they are interested in assisting the borough with the hopes of having a future relationship, perhaps down the road, future public-private partnerships such as grant opportunities. So that's just something I wanted to bring to council's attention. If we wish to pursue this relationship in order to make sure that our public dock is regularly inspected. So they do it annually as well as after major floods and storms. Councilwoman Worf found the agreement. I don't know if you recall the details more than me, but this is from 2018 where we did have an agreement with Brian from Outboard Haven to perform an inspection. I believe it was a $50 per month fee for dock inspection. I don't know the last time this was performed or paid, but this is the agreement we had previously. So in terms of resuming public dock inspection, I think there's 2 possibilities that we can pursue. And I just wanted to, again, bring this to council's attention for discussion and decide on a path forward. And I don't know if you can read that, I apologize.
Yeah, I tried to zoom in a little bit. Maybe a little bit more.
It may be better to let the rowing club do it. That's
I
my
would-
opinion.
I would suggest.
Brian does get very busy. He has not charged the borough. He has slacked off on inspecting it, he had told me. My opinion would be to, share the joint inspection with Steel City Rowing. I'm sure it's not going to be a minimal cost, whatever they're asking for as far as materials.
I would
I
agree
have
with
to
that.
agree. I would agree with that too.
Will he give us a
Yeah.
report when he does something or,
I could ask.
yeah,
Just to
Yeah.
give us
So we
an
know
idea.
Right.
if anything's bad or not,
Right.
I mean, would we need some kind of an agreement with them or?
if council's in agreement tonight, I would suggest I start to draft a policy that would spell out what's being done and these types of things for us to review.
And what's provided back or where we'll file it or report it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it sounds like we would also need a resolution going with the city rowing for next
Yes.
time.
I don't know if we'll have this together by next meeting. We can try.
Is the policy and the resolution to use them going together, or is it? So do we just want to table that whole thing until like you have a chance to do what you gotta do?
I was thinking that was the most simplistic route forward unless you see
Okay.
otherwise.
No, sounds good to me.
Okay.
But all the things that we're tabling will be addressed next meeting. Just so we don't keep tabling and it never gets done.
I don't know about next meeting, because some of these things are still discussion items, and next
Okay.
meeting is, like, literally next meeting is the business meeting,
Okay.
so. In theory, as long as we don't have other stuff that comes on the plate, it's gonna be vote on this, all
Okay.
the stuff we're hashing out tonight.
Okay, okay.
I'm gonna try, but obviously this will require some discussion with Christine, by extension Craig, and then still City Rowing.
Okay.
Their board may want to review it as well. Okay.
Okay.
There's no further comments. I'll move right along to my next agenda item, which is just a brief update on our active transportation plan public engagement session that was held last Thursday, as well as community surveys. You've probably seen one or the other, perhaps both of these.
Sorry.
That's okay. So first, I just want to thank everyone who was able to come out. I think we had excellent representation from the community and council. So thank you, everyone who participated in the stakeholder interviews and otherwise. The next piece is really getting as many people to fill out these surveys as possible. So if you are to scan the QR code on the flyer on the right, then you will be brought to first this survey, which is not terribly long. So I would encourage everyone at your earliest convenience to go ahead and please complete this. We're aiming to have as many people participate as possible before April 30th, so that the consultants can then start compiling the data. And then at the end of that survey, or you can also click on a link that we will make available to this map. This is called a comfort level mapping. This is where you can plug in specific parts of the community that you'd like to flag as maybe something that, for example, could have a good pedestrian alternative to A or B, or you can go ahead and like what someone has commented. The comments are really open-ended, so please encourage your community members, your family members. I mean, it doesn't have to be anyone who lives in Verona, anyone who visits Verona to fill this out so that we can use all the data to continue to make the best plan possible for Verona. So happy to take any questions or comments on that. Otherwise, that's all I have for that agenda item.
I just want to thank you for the active transportation plan walkthrough. Was very enlightening and very informative.
Great.
They told me stuff I didn't even know about Verona, so
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
Next.
Anything else?
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Trish, I thought you had something else. The next item is number 9, Verona Police Department and Code Enforcement,
Yeah.
and that is Rhoda.
I know Mike had come the last meeting. Basically, we have to decide whether we're going to, use the police to help us in code enforcement. Okay, granted, the snow is gone, the ice and all that biz, but we're gonna be having high grass and garbage. That's not gonna go away. So instead of paying Mike $65 a tip sheet, the police are riding around 24/7. I realize safety is also important. I mean, that's why they're hired, is to keep Verona safe. But if they can help us out, it would be really very much appreciated. So I don't know if we have to decide, do we ask the chief, hey, is there something we can work, out together? I don't know what the next step is.
The thing that concerns me is when Mike was here at the last meeting. It seems to me that if the police take this on, they have to follow it to completion. Mike's not gonna
Yes.
pick up a loose end,
Correct.
so we might be spinning our wheels, getting the police to
Follow
cite someone
through.
for tall grass, and then when it comes time to enforce it, we call the code enforcer, and he's like, well, their grass is cut now, I can't do nothing about it because I didn't see it.
Well, then I
So-
guess we'll just have a town with lots of garbage and high grass. You know
Well, the
what?
garbage is already here, so.
Hey, I've got, every year I have, it's 9 out of 10 times, they're repeat offenders.
Yeah, I know.
I have apartments down below behind my house every year, and the people who live in Penn Hills, I go through the same nonsense every year.
Oh, I'm not knocking it. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just
I don't know what
How
to
do we
do.
enforce it?
Well, so, yeah, how are we gonna enforce this then? Who's gonna do it?
Well, then, we don't have money to burn, so.
I do understand that, but I mean, we used to have a code enforcement officer, Officer Seiko,
Oh,
he
the Officer
retired.
Bill.
Officer Bill. He went to court and everything else.
Okay. And my next request is budget time, get our own code enforcer. We have to have a code enforcer. This company is wonderful. I get it. Mike is very, very on top of everything. But we have to have a code enforcer because we can turn into a very undesirable area overnight.
Rhoda, I think this was a stopgap, honestly, from what I was on council at the time, but I believe Mark Stanton didn't really give us too much notice, and
Oh, definitely. He just, yeah, he left us
I think
short.
this is just a stopgap, so I agree with you. I think in the
We have
future,
to-
we do need to look into hiring a code enforcer.
Absolutely. We have to find the
Well,
money.
Whether we hire someone or if we were to somehow, increase the amount of time Mike spends here or, otherwise step up how much we use BIU. It's gonna cost money either way
Oh.
to do increased,
Absolutely.
so I just,
But I think it
that's a
would be
decision
cheaper.
we'd have to make,
But I
Come
think it'd be
budget time.
cheaper hiring somebody than the money. Think about it. If we have like 10 tip sheets and that's $65 a tip sheet, just to tell you, you have high grass and you pick up your garbage or put your garbage in bags, I think we could probably find somebody with a salary, the money that we're spending to BIU, and I'm sure they're very efficient, I'm not saying they're not. But economically speaking, I think it'd be cheaper to hire a code enforcer than keep paying $75 a tip sheet. And in our luck, as soon as you put in a tip sheet, the person might cut their grass. So he's gonna go through all that motion to to follow through with a tip sheet, and he goes back and the grass is cut. So we just wasted $65 for nothing.
He would probably be generous with us on that one.
Well, okay, that was a bad
But
example.
so
Okay, I
tall-
take that
tall
back.
grass, exactly. I mean, if I could say something about code enforcement, I mean, and this is something we'll talk about in the training session that Susan was speaking with us about earlier, at least the bits that I would like to share with that. So here's a preview. Of the complaints that come in, they fall into broad buckets, and one of those buckets is related to things that are part of code enforcement. And I think this is part of like the visioning that council needs to figure out. What is it that is the vision for Verona? And that includes things related to code enforcement, so vacant properties, vacant structures, abandoned structures, not vacant structures, like what do we accept as what is an appropriate level of maintenance, things like that. And so this is a broad conversation. To me, this isn't just about, one particular, it's not just about tall grass. That's like one tiny piece of it.
Correct.
And this to me is part of like the visioning process. What do we want that to look like? And then once we know, do we have the infrastructure to track it down? So like right now, everything lives in a paper folder, and that you can't query a paper folder system. So that's the other piece of it is, Vince, you mentioned follow through. It's not just follow through, whether it's Mike or the police, it's general follow through. It's the ability to very easily query and say, what are all the properties that have open violation? What are the nature of those violations? Are they clustering? Do we need to do targeted code enforcement on X, Y, and Z street because there's a lot of this kind of thing going on there? And so I think this is a really big, important, huge conversation. And I would just encourage everybody to think about like, what is it that you want? And bring those ideas too. And Rhoda and I are gonna be, once I get through a couple other big things, like we're gonna be working on looking at, existing ordinances and this From Blight to Bright program. And this is really important. And at the end of the day, Rhoda, I agree with you. It's gonna come down to, like, we need an officer, period, because even if it costs more money in absolute dollars, what we will get out of that person who's a full-time employee is so much greater than what we will get shelling out $65 per tip sheet.
Plus, there's beautiful programs. You shared this with me.
Yeah,
There's
there
beautiful
are.
programs out there to really seriously get us on track.
Yeah, and I have a dog and pony show scheduled with one of them out in May. So,
I mean,
looking into it.
it can be a reality. It can be a reality. I really believe it. So, and budget time's coming up, I think, Joey. So, and Dave.
That's all of us. That's not Joey.
Yeah.
I'm just a
Budget
reminder.
times,
For everyone that
365 days a
says
year.
budget pointing my way, this is budget, like
Oh,
we
yeah.
are budget.
Yeah,
And I will say that we're we're 75 days into our roles. We
Mhm.
just all swore in, or, we're probably gonna have one of the cleanest budgets that this community has ever passed this fall when we start. So this is, I know it's what, hour 8 right now. Good discussion, but we all own the budget. We can all tackle this. as we move
Good.
forward.
so no resolution or anything for next meeting, is that
No, I mean, I
just
think
a
this.
broad, a bigger discussion
this
to
is a-
follow?
A bigger discussion, and I think Rhoda, you and I are gonna really start hitting some of this stuff after some other big check boxes are,
After the dust settles.
yeah.
Okay, is that it?
We could table it. Yeah, that's all I had. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Next up is item 10, P card adoption, Joey Warren.
All right, one item in 1 minute. You guys ready?
Yes.
Ray, you say one more cuss word, you can just leave right now.
So I said, swear if he wants to go.
So P card adoption. So back in February, the committee had a presentation and a recommendation that came to all council on P cards. I had a packet provided earlier in March, I believe, and I'm hoping to vote at the business meeting in April for us to adopt the P card policy from the guest speaker that presented to us that does this with over 200 communities, municipalities in the Commonwealth. So if there were any questions, we can go over them now, but it's the packet from last month. And the committee and Christine had all heard from our speaker. So is there anything that you guys want to go over ahead of next month's business meeting to pass?
I thought we were all in agreement to go with it.
Yeah,
I thought we were too, yeah.
Yep.
So I
I
thought
think
it
we
was
are,
done.
but this is workshop, so we can't vote on it
Right,
until
right.
business. so.
Yep. So just because of the forum, I just want to bring up at workshop if there was anything outstanding or otherwise, it's
It's a
not a surprise
wonderful
for business.
program, yeah.
I did think of a question. With our system we would adopt, is there a person who's responsible for reconciling the charges on the P card with the appropriate account or budget? Is that gonna be a
Christine.
major workload?
It's what we already do. It's instead of
Cleaned
being a
up.
P card, we use like other means.
Cash and rubber bands.
So,
Bet you
yeah.
it's easier.
And frankly, it will be easier because we literally do use cash and rubber bands in some instances, and that's less than ideal.
Gotcha.
And the reporting side of it is lovely, so.
Great.
Reporting, auditing, cash savings, all those
Yeah, I
things.
was gonna say, it should save money.
Which
Yeah.
system do you use?
Well, it's the P card system through Pliget.
Okay.
And I forget what they have an interface, I forget what it's called, but.
We had
there's-
I have the packet at home.
We all, yeah, we all got
Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
we
last
did
month.
email it. I just
Remember I
wanted to-
gave it, yeah.
Yeah, you did. Okay, if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Joey, that was 2.5 minutes.
I was only 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, Vince, you're
That's all I have to
time
Okay,
sensitive,
yes.
time
I'm,
sensitive.
Am I up?
Yeah, sorry.
Meeting, it's 8 minutes till 10, and I only got a couple emails of feedback. I got an email from Dave Matlin, Mayor addressed some concerns. And Sylvia and Trish at our committee meeting,
We spoke.
we redid all of this. But I honestly don't think we have another hour to go through all of this tonight. So, and Christine, you pretty much approved all the park permits through the summer right now?
Pretty much. I mean, there is one thing I would like to state though about, because it sounds like you're about to kick this to some other
To the
time.
next workshop, honestly, unless everybody wants to order pizza and stay here till 2 a.m.
The one thing I
If you're
will
buying,
say-
I mean.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say that really needs to be considered that will not be met based on these current proposed policies is we are not covering our administrative costs, period, because we basically waived the fees for all but one group. So we brought in $35 in revenue. And I did way more than 35 hours of like shuffling. And then there's also like one group has cribs reserved like a lot. But other people want to use cribs to have picnics and parties and whatever else. And so that first group is willing to work with the second group or the third groups, but then it's like a lot of communication, there's a lot of email back and forth and what's this and what's that. And so it's actually non-trivial to approve things at cribs. I mean, other parks are easy because they're not reserved so much, but I would just encourage that whatever policies are decided, at least cover our administrative costs, or even make the suggestion that instead of a blanket, all nonprofits are exempt, because, you know, at least one of us up here works for a very large nonprofit that could definitely afford to pay $35 to rent the park. And it also means that if there's somebody who is having a fundraiser to benefit their neighbor who needs a heart transplant, they are not a nonprofit, so they have to pay $35. But, you know.
Well, it says in there, all fees could be waived by council, but that's a case by case basis.
I thought it said automatically somewhere.
Well, yeah,
They're
for
nonprofit.
local nonprofits
Nonprofit.
and the Chamber of Commerce, the fees would automatically be waived, but if somebody was holding a benefit, like somebody was holding something to benefit their neighbor's heart transplant, that would be something that should be brought to council, and council is able to waive that fee also.
I guess what I'm saying is right now, all but one of the reservations are for nonprofits. And so we have brought in $35.
I mean, I know you're,
And so and here's the thing, if we don't want to cover administrative costs, then just waive the fees, period, and don't make somebody pay $35 to have a picnic for their toddler.
I mean, that's honestly how this town has functioned for 40 years. I don't think we had fees, but I don't think we ever collected. They always held the check, never cashed it, gave it back.
But we should have.
And this is for private
Yeah.
and businesses and things that weren't nonprofit. If people wanted to reserve the park, or the past administration or administrative people have not collected the money, so
Yeah, but can't
it's
you-
never met the administrative costs. Ever.
Can't you use that money for cleanup? Because I know not everybody's gonna clean up after themselves.
Well, no, she's saying that there is none, because we're only collecting $35 so far.
Vince, when's the next time your committee meets?
Last Wednesday of every month.
So you just met.
Fourth,
Fourth.
I'm sorry.
So you
I'm saying
meet
the
tomorrow
last, it's
night?
the fourth.
Fourth
So you
I
meet
should have
tomorrow
known
night?
this month at 5.
You
Last
meet
Wednesday.
tomorrow night?
Last Wednesday.
No, we met last Wednesday.
Oh, I'm sorry, last.
It
So
was
the
5
the
weeks.
fourth Wednesday of every month, we'll meet April.
Is that before the workshop?
27.
No, this, we got lucky and that we met this month before. the
I
workshop.
have a lot of questions I would like to go over with your committee on this.
That would
rather
be,
than-
The 27th.
Yeah.
yes, the 27th. That would be after.
Which
the
would be
workshop.
after the next work.
I mean, you can email the committee.
We can do it earlier. We can meet before, right?
No, because it's advertised. And then
Oh,
it
that's right.
takes
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
a while to change the advertisement.
That would cost money.
Cost money.
Yeah.
That's right. Never mind.
So I mean, Mayor, you're not a voting member of council, so you could send questions to the committee Did not be a violation of sunshine. So
Yeah,
I have no problem if you want to just email me those questions and I'll address them. I'll address them with you personally through email, and then I can bring them up at
Yeah,
the
the-
next workshop
Yeah, 'cause there's some
and
concerns that I have
to
on
the
this.
committee. Yeah, I saw your email. It was brief, but I looked at the points that.
I mean, and real briefly, because I know we're running out of time, something to think about. We're charging Verona residents that pay taxes, money, and nonprofits, no fee.
I mean, I'm fine with waiving all the fees.
Yeah,
I
So
I agree.
that, and again, I'm just stating that an observation here that if we waive all fees, then we are basically having taxpayer money subsidize all of the events, all the administrative costs for people to submit and apply for events at all of the parks. I mean, if that's what we want to do, I just,
You might get some resistance on that one.
I personally think I would suggest that we try to capture some, maybe not all,
Mhm.
of the administrative costs to administer these fees. I mean, again, like Christine mentioned, if we're waiving most of the fees already, it's like, why, to collect $35 on hours and hours of work by office staff to,
How about
So
the
Courtney-
electricity? They're using the pavilion, you have electricity to pay for.
yeah, there's, maintenance costs, I mean, are we still collecting a deposit then? A security deposit in case something happens?
Deposit, I think we should hold a deposit regardless. 'cause you
Absolutely.
And someone
we
trashes the
can.
pavilion and then
Absolutely.
we have no way to
Just in
collect any money
case.
from them.
Can hold it. I mean, it's the whole idea of the security deposit itself.
I would
You
suggest,
gotta realize a lot of these nonprofit groups, like RAA, Cribs wouldn't have backstops if it wasn't for RAA. Cribs wouldn't have dugouts if it wasn't for RAA. So now you're gonna charge RAA to use the stuff that they paid thousands of dollars to install?
No, wait a minute now. We provide lighting for RAA. We keep that field neat for RAA.
Well, RAA got the grant for the lights. So we wouldn't even have lights up there if it wasn't for RAA.
I thought that was
No,
one of the
no, they-
council people that had
That
done
was
that.
RAA.
They or RAA got the grant.
I mean,
Oh,
That's what I
regardless,
mean,
there's,
I
like,
thought Dawn was
we
taking
can,
credit
this,
for
this
that.
goes back to what I
Dawn got
said
the
before.
poles.
We're now
Oh,
cutting
they
the
were
legs
free.
out from underneath
Yeah,
all the community groups that actually provide for this town. If we, like I said, if it wasn't for RAA, there'd be dirt up there. There wouldn't be a backstop. They just replaced the dugouts 10, 15 years ago. I mean, do you want to know why Cribs is the nicest park in Verona? Because the nonprofit groups use it and then they take the money that they make from using it and donate it back to the town.
well, I'm not I'm just saying that
Yeah. wonderful
he's
efforts.
asking about having a security deposit.
Yeah.
And we're not
Oh,
just
no,
saying
I
just for
agree with that. In
RAA.
case there's damages,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
fine.
not saying for just RAA, I'm just saying for, anybody that wants to rent the
I mean,
park,
it-
and we should have we should have some.
But I'm saying if you charge these groups to start using, like RA uses, what, 200 days in the summer they're using it?
I don't
And if
know.
you charge them that, they're gonna be like, okay, well, now all our money is being spent paying the borough to reserve the park. You have enough of our money, you can build your own backstops. And they'll stop giving money to the community.
Mhm,
And we don't want that. We don't want Chamber to stop doing stuff for the community.
right.
So it's all one big, it's all in one big bucket and we can't.
I think there are two issues. There's the issue of fees.
Mhm.
And, should we be charging a family for their toddler to have a birthday party, but not charging a nonprofit? That's kind of to your point, Mayor, about, taxpayers getting charged and nonprofits not.
Yep.
And then separate from that is the security deposit issue, because a nonprofit could also damage the field.
Mhm.
Or damage the pavilion, or damage the
Absolutely,
gazebo, or
absolutely.
damage the anything, or just leave a mess.
Or their guests or.
Or their guest or
Yeah.
whoever. And so to me, these are two separate issues that need to be taken up independent of each other.
I
And,
agree with both of them also, because I don't think taxpayers should have to pay money to have a birthday party up there.
Vince, did you ever check out what kind of agreemont that Oakmont has?
They
Because
have
when-
none.
When you rent their pavilion,
You can rent their pavilion, you cannot rent their fields, you cannot rent their baseball fields, you cannot rent the hockey, you cannot rent any of that.
All public use, no request.
Well, nope, that's tricky. RA has say, like they have, RA in the high school has priority over there.
They also pay on an annual basis.
Sometimes,
Well,
because they paid
officially-
here too.
Officially, they pay.
Okay, well, they paid here too, sometimes. That's
Oh.
why we had that agreement.
I don't know if we
because-
were great at collecting fees in the past.
Well, some years they gave us 500, some years they gave us 800, some years they gave us nothing, so.
Do we need a policy?
Well, we have a contract for the lighting when they put the lights in, but that was just something that they had to have in writing, so.
Well, I think it's wonderful that the fields are being used. I think it's great.
I'll call
We
you on
do
some
have
of those
to
concerns.
do something. I mean,
Well, I'm warning everybody that if we start charging these nonprofit groups out the ear for this, then
well, we're
we're
not
not
talking about
gonna
the.
have it anymore.
Yeah, I
We're
don't
not
like the
talking
all or
out
nothing
here.
tone. Like, please don't say it's like a nuke. So, like, we're not nuking everything
No, no.
collectively. I don't want to do that. I don't know if anyone here wants to raise their hand and say we're stopping. So we gotta please stop with the extremes with any of these, because that's not fair. And I don't know how much, was provided last year to the borough for the payment of, or any of the, what was given last year from the group. You guys fundraise, how much did you give to the community?
Who? RA, LVF?
Sure,
The first year, I think we,
last year.
I don't know what we did last year.
Okay, well, whatever amount you gave, $200.
We donated a hot dog roller, which is probably about $500, and a flat top grill, which is like another $250.
Yeah, so what I'm getting to is like, please don't say it's all or nothing, you're taking back the hot dog machine. Like, we are all a community together.
No,
And
that's
this is
done.
all for, I've had community parks where I've lived before, where it's like my kids are turning 5, we're inviting the neighbors over, and it shouldn't be an arm and leg. And a Verona resident should have precedent where if they want to do a birthday party for the kid, like they're able to do first before someone from another community doing it because it's free. So we could have by request that you could, if you're a resident first and if you put it in time or whatever, and officially put it in, for use. So, the use and waiving the fee, security deposit's a whole other thing. I invite 10 families over and 2 of the kids are catching things on fire and breaking things and they punch a gutter. I gotta pay for it. That's what a security deposit's for. So.
And I don't think any nonprofit group that runs any sports leagues in this town would have any issue with putting down a deposit. I have a feeling that they would probably just put down the deposit and tell Christine, keep it until the end of the year. At the end of the year, if something was damaged on our time, keep our deposit.
Yeah, and if somebody from another team comes over, you've rented the space and all of a sudden they're slapping their spikes in the gutters, they're upset and they're, whatever they decide to do, throw things around, then, someone's gonna have to pay for that. I'm not
My
saying that's how
issue-
you conduct business, but like, it's just why there's a security deposit in any space that's ever used.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Me saying that they're gonna take stuff away, it's just, we have to realize the gravity of it. If RA provides, I'm just using RA for example.
The community group.
RA or a community group provides a sports league for youth athletics in town. We start now charging them what might not seem like an exorbitant amount, but when you play 120 games up there a year, then that $35 every time adds up. That will in turn directly affect the families of this town because that group will now raise their registration prices. So now people that are underprivileged or might not have enough money and they have 3 kids that want to play baseball, now they can't afford to have their 3 kids play baseball because the community or the group that was running it had to raise their registration prices because now they have to pay for something that they haven't paid in the last 50 years. They now have to pay.
Other communities do something different where it's, if you're renting it on a one-off thing, it's $35 or whatever.
Mhm.
If you're renting it once a week, every week for 10 weeks, you pay like $200.
Like a
because that's the
season fee.
stadium. And if you're in it all the time, then maybe you pay $750. So I think what you're describing isn't necessarily like the natural course of that would happen if groups were charged a fee, which is separate from the security deposit conversation. So I just want to like put that out there. It's like, it's not all or nothing. There are other.
Oh, yeah, and
fee
I
schedules
agree.
you
I
could
hope.
come up with if you decided to
We
charge.
can set the fee whatever we want.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, then we
zero
gotta come
to-
to a common ground on that, though. That's, you know what I mean? What is too much and what's not enough? And like she said, what is gonna be the matrix for this? Like,
Yeah, it's not a revenue generator either. I mean, that's not what we're doing our public amenities for. It's to help cover the cost of whatever it is.
Yes.
And I don't know what that cost would be, but I think it's for discussion. I mean, if it only costs $60 for something to happen and pass through the offices and come to fruition, then, you know, we don't need to be charging more than what it takes to operate. But also, if we absorb the cost of everything, we waive every cost, every if we're not, we can't provide amenities if we don't support the amenities. So it's a conundrum.
yeah. and I
Well,
mean,
we're
like-
not for profit anyway.
Like right now, the RAA cuts the infields and gets rid of all the weeds in the infield. So if they stop doing that, are we gonna be able to, as a town, absorb that cost? Or are we just gonna have baseball fields that are covered in grass?
I thought we
I
got it.
thought our
treated.
guys did that
Yeah, we got
Nope.
it treated.
No,
Our guys don't. do
RA
that, yeah.
signed an agreement saying that
recently,
in 2019.
because there was just,
It
there was just an
Christine has
issue
the
last
It was
year.
last year.
There was just an issue
Well,
last
no,
year.
the agreement was made in 2018, but it was signed last year. They had an agreement that was unsigned.
No one had a signed agreement.
Yes, but it was signed last year and it states that RA has been honoring that since 2018, where they go up there, they treat the infields, they get rid of the grass in just the infields, and then every 2 years, I think they have to go and get a what is it, Dave? The cutter that cuts the grass up.
That's, I know what you're talking
Aerator?
about.
No, it's a
No.
cutter. They cut the grass up and roll it. Because
Yeah.
every once in a while, the infield grows in another couple inches, and then every couple years, they gotta move it back out.
So we are off topic talking about the RAA agreement. So I would suggest in the interest of time.
Yes,
we-
yes. We'll kick this until the next workshop,
Can I
and
just ask
everybody
a
send me
quick
their.
question though? Since our next committee meeting is after the workshop, will we still discuss it in the April workshop? Or are we now referring to the May workshop? And as a follow-up, is one of two of these higher priority now than the other? Because I think we have a temporary resolution where we're adopting the old system for park rentals. So is that one okay to take a secondary priority compared to the street closure? Or where are we on priorities? Can we just address that?
It
I
sounded
think-
like one big long question.
I think
Yeah.
we're tied. I still
Um,
think the priorities are tied, honestly.
Yeah, so we could still discuss since we don't need to review as a committee. So we're
Yes.
still good for April. Okay, that's great. Part one, good.
I did want to
Um,
bring up before we're done, since we haven't had any of these park policies or park permits approved, and we are technically using the old park permit, which was I guess adopted 7/18 of 2017. These are, I have a copy, that if anybody needs a copy, they're in the vestibule out there being handed out currently to residents and people that need to rent the park. On the last page of it, it says, note, deposit of $150 is required with this application and is refundable at the discretion of the Verona Parks and Recreation Board upon inspection of the park's condition following the event. This was adopted in 2017 by council, and it is what we are currently using. So I don't know if we're following that, but it's something that needs to be brought up because it's been
Like the
brought up.
power for that committee to provide.
It's not, it's the board, it's not,
the
it's
board.
not the committee, it's the Parks and Recreation Board, which is why the Parks and Recreation Board was created. Not to just be an advisory board, but to take some of the stress off of council and the paid administrators that are running this town to help alleviate some of the work they have to do.
That's the right sizing of the powers and duties from 2 months ago that we're talking about.
Yeah. I just want to know that that's currently voted on, approved, and what has been being used. But it hasn't been followed, because
gonna
I've been
say
on Parks and
probably
Rec
no
for
money has
5
been
years, and I've never been asked to go and inspect a place after it's been used to see if there was damage done. So just so everybody's aware that that's what we should be doing. So, and it's the paperwork's out there in the vestibule. The date that it was adopted and applied is on the last page of it. So I don't know what we have to do about that, but
So we'll just continue the existing policy until the new one, right? I mean,
nobody has followed that the existing policy, because I've been on Parks and Rec for 5 years and I've never been contacted by anybody to say, hey, we had a big event down at Railroad Park. Do you want to get somebody from Parks and Rec to go down there and inspect the site and make sure that we can give the deposit back?
Yeah,
Never.
powers and duties, I think, still need to be right sized. For some of the things that we provide over for them to have ownership on, I don't agree with. And that's
Well,
why
they don't have
solicitors
ownership
take a
on
look.
it. They're an advisory board that has, like it says, it's the sole discretion of them to advise the borough manager whether the person gets their deposit back or not.
Yeah, so for them granting refund on our funds as a council on behalf like that, we need to fix that. And I don't know if you're offering a solution or just making a statement like that's what's current. I know it's current, but
I mean,
needs to be a priority.
do we need to fix it? Because the past council agreed with it, and I kind of am in agreement with the past council, so.
well, it kind of ties to the bylaws of the rec board. I mean, it's giving
Yeah, and it
the rec board
fits in with the
financial
bylaws.
fiduciary duties that I don't think those should be extended. The authority of council and should not be extended that way. It should be an advisory board.
Well, I mean, that's what you say, but that's not what council said 6-7 years ago. That's what I'm saying.
And what I'm saying is that for now, I mean, if that's the policy that's on record, then that's what we got to use until it's revised. But I think we're working through the process of revising these things. So until then, that's going to have to stand.
Well, that's why I was just bringing it up, and that might help lighten Christine's load in this summer. We have a lot of events coming up, so if Parks and Rec is supposed to be doing that, and they're supposed to be a tool, use them as a tool, and that should cut down on the administrative costs that she was talking about also. Because that's one less thing that she has to do, or DPW has to do, or the police have to do. That's being done in this current policy by volunteers. So that saves us money.
That's true. It's an interesting point. This might be something that we could consider during our future visioning strategies, like how we envision the future of it working out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the park permit policies we've tabled to the next workshop. So I think we can move on from that.
Yes.
And the next one would be street closure permit and policies,
Same thing.
tabling that.
Yeah. They go hand in hand, and it's basically the same policy with street replacing park. There's a couple tweaks in there, but I mean, it's basically the same. type
Yeah,
of
I'll get with
policy.
you on that. Also, I have some questions.
We're saying tabled to the May workshop, Trish, because of the way that the calendar falls.
So that's what I thought originally, but Vince said we're probably
Yeah.
still good for April workshop because the committee has already.
In all honesty, it'll probably be at both workshops. We'll just keep putting it on the workshop until we finish it.
Well, I mean, ideally, we'd come to a workshop, discuss it, make progress, and not just keep spinning our wheels for 4 workshops or 4
I
meetings in a
agree.
row.
I agree.
So
Can we sneak
hopefully,
it?
let's put this on the April workshop with the idea that
It's gonna be done.
we need to get this done. We need to be mindful of other things we're adding to the April workshop agenda and try to be somewhat restrained in that, and then just work through it and get it done. So hopefully pass it at a May meeting. I mean,
Maybe we can
Is
come
that
at
fair?
6 or 5. and then we can-
Well,
Come in the
10
day
a.m.
before.
It's coming 10 a.m.
I mean, I think another thing is that if, with all due respect, if everybody comes like fully prepared to discuss everything with their papers marked up and then I think that's also going
That
to
helps.
help and make sure that, we can move things along. And additionally, if you all are fine with me telling you, we're like, in the interest of time, I will kick your stuff to some other meeting. If we're really okay with that, then, I can also help monitor, because I know which ones are gonna be big topics, like they're, it's. So
Yeah, we started at 10 o'clock for number, whatever it is. So I mean, to be fair, like, we had an executive session prior, we're an hour 5 now, almost.
Yeah, I'm done.
And that's not a you, that's, you're like, I'm done.
No,
It's
I
just
thought,
you
no,
have-
I thought I was gonna try to be faster
Unless
than
you
you,
order
but.
pizza, then we're all gonna be here for a while.
Yeah.
All right, so the next item is a resident update, presented by Christine.
Yeah, this is very short. As Kim mentioned at the start of the meeting, Garden Club did provide a list of questions and comments, suggestions, concerns, etc. That was received yesterday. I did contact Resnick today. I was not able to actually connect with them to go over those. I'll hope that they're available this week to discuss. And that's the whole update about Resnick.
Are we totally unreasonable asking them, and not to get anyone upset, but they actually didn't plant those? You know what I mean? That was with a grant that we had gotten. So are we really justified in telling them, hey, you're gonna replace those?
Replace
The
what?
roses, like we were talking
Oh.
about them replacing the roses, or we're not gonna give them their contract.
I don't think the roses, I don't have it in front of me, but I don't think the roses were in their scope the past couple years.
Yeah,
or
but
they were.
weren't we gonna give them an ultimatum like, hey, you're gonna change these burning or these knockout roses? Wasn't that something that we had talked about?
There was some discussion about that. I think
Yeah.
at some point it did sound fairly like an ultimatum. In other
But-
people's minds, probably less so.
Yeah, but we
Um,
justified, I mean,
So, I mean, I can't speak to it. I haven't had a chance to fully
Okay.
digest what Garden Club sent over for us.
no, I appreciate all the work she did. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that
those
they're
are
healthy,
incredible.
because they're
There
not.
was- That's why I only skim read it. 'Cause I was like, there are a lot of words here. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
that's a different day.
They're double, they're double.
That's
in a lot of
fine.
sections. And, I can answer any questions afterwards, in the interest of time, if they ask me. If they want, but some of those were planted from the garden club in the previous, and at least some of them were actually.
So I will talk to them. I'll see how that fits into the current scope of work. And, the other thing, this is really the last thing I'm gonna say about this. We also just need to be careful because, they gave us a price. It's a really good price. They didn't gouge us for gasoline costs and things like that this year. So I'm, if we expand the scope so much, a little piece of me is nervous that, like Mayor, we were talking about this at one point a week or so ago about, just pricing for landscaping going way up this summer because
Right,
of gas prices.
fuel prices, right.
So anyway, something I just want to be aware of, and I'll let you know what to say.
All right, thanks, Christine. I guess next is garden club requests.
Yeah, so this was something that we basically mentioned last time. It's the exact same suggested revisions to that agreement related to the hanging baskets. And so we need to make some decisions about this. I did provide a printout so you all can look at it. And one of them, let's see, it states that the borough retains the right to remove baskets from the poles for disposable, and Garden Club would like to add upon consultation and inspection within 3 days from either the president or vice president of the Garden Club. Are we okay adding that?
Yes.
Another one was the request that the watering cart is allowed to be stored in the utility room and to use the water in that room. I did talk to AJ about this one, and he strongly advised against that because the cart probably won't fit in the room through the door and the hallway. So
So can we store it in the garage?
that's a question for you all.
I'm asking council.
I don't have the original agreement in front of me, but thought the whole intent of the original agreement was to get it out of.
It's not the same card. It's a different card.
Different cart.
AJ is not thinking of our card.
But you get a smaller one.
We are not interested in using the large cart because we cannot move it as a club. It's too large. It's like, it needs to be moved by AJ truck. We are purchasing a smaller cart that would fit within that space. And so that is not accurate information.
Yeah, I think it's probably still gonna be a no too, because the hallway is actually being used as a storage unit right now. So there's that, and then we also have electronic devices and, you know, like people go in there, like when, anytime we have any kind of service person here for phone, internet, HVAC, pick a mechanical system, they end up back in that room and I think that was also part of AJ's concern is that now are we, i.e. that they responsible for moving these things so that people can come in and service whatever needs serviced.
So back to my question, could they just use the garage? I mean, either police or DPW opens the garage, lets them take the cart out, shuts the garage. They don't have to go in or, I mean, it's a cart. It's not like it's going to be hidden in a room somewhere. It's going to be put it right there in the front whenever they need to water the stuff. If it's before DPW's or even if DPW is here and they're working, they're not always in the garage. So you could always just.
Yeah, what's the frequency?
Yeah, 3 times a week. So couldn't they just ask the police like, hey, we need to get the watering cart. Police let open the garage, let the cart come out. There is water right there. So or do you need to use water?
No, we don't need the water.
Okay. Well, that's what it said on the thing. That's why.
Yeah.
So they could get the cart, use the water over here at the gazebo, fill it up whenever they're done watering the plants. Call the police, have them open the garage, put the cart back. They're not going to be in the garage, I don't think, if we put the cart by the door, correct?
Yeah.
Or be in the garage unsupervised. They're gonna be taking the cart out in front of the police or in front of DPW while they're standing there, so they could shut the garage door after they take the cart out.
I don't have a problem with them using the garage until we get all this policy stuff rectified.
It's either that or the flowers are gonna die,
Right.
so you gotta do something. And it's a watering cart. I can't ask a member of a volunteer nonprofit group to, hey, keep this watering cart in your garage and push it down the hill every day or 3 times a week. I don't know how anybody else feels about it. But
I spoke my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. As long as, yeah, is most police or whomever can let them in.
It's like a 1-minute journey.
And sure, move back.
yeah, you guys are gonna be aware that, like, if there's something going on in town, you might have to wait because the police they gotta serve and protect first and get the card for the garden club second priority, as long as you guys are aware of that. Dave, Mayor, do you have an issue with that?
No, I don't have no issue at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's taken away from police hours. That's why I was asking.
That's fine.
Okay.
They're all, as long as they're not on a call.
Yeah.
Would it generally be in the evenings or might it be during the day sometimes?
You do while we gather the appropriate volunteers.
I mean, I'm not personally a fan of even if it's minor of having the police have to deal with, you know, getting a cart in and out of the building or allowing access to get a watering cart in and out of the building. I'm curious I mean, Christine, in your conversation with AJ, did he say anything about use of the garage or?
I mean, I think for them, based on my conversations with AJ, at the end of the day, they will do what is the will of council. And in the past, there have been things placed where they were inconveniently placed. Tools were moved, like people touch stuff And so I think what they're really concerned about is having their space respected. Knowing that when they left a shovel in a particular location, or whatever the tool was, I don't remember what the tool was, that it's gonna be there when they come back. And that they're not gonna have to move other people's materials out of the way so they can do their core functions. So, I mean, I think there's probably some agreement there, but again, like, I think this just comes down to people are not coming into my office and storing things there. It's not assumed that my office is a storage unit for other groups. And so, and I'm not saying kick everybody out of the garage. I'm just saying that when we write the policies, I really feel like we need to be respectful of Public Works and the efforts that they do and write and draft those policies in a way that really shows that respect.
Are those freezers still in the garage?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
There were freezers and ice boxes in near where the chamber compartment
I don't
was.
think they're there no more. They got rid of them, I believe.
Okay.
I hate to interrupt. I'm so sorry. No one else supposed to speak, but could we keep it in the vestibule right before you go into the garage? It could be pulled out. You just pull it out, leave it. We'll come get it when it's time. We can move it. We don't want to bother anybody, but
There you go.
we can't, like, if we say, hey, we're gonna water on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And those be our times, or, you know, whatever time that we decide is appropriate for that growing season. DPW can keep it wherever they want in the garage, in a hole, we don't really care. They can pull it out, they can put it in the vestibule or the hallway near the
History room.
history center, and then we can grab it, and then we can go out, we can water, we can put it right back there, and then DPW. knows where to go to the garage.
Or better yet, they could put it right where the generator is. Nobody goes back
Oh,
there.
it's perfect.
Just pull right out the door, park it there. So it's solved right there,
Any spot that you have, it just needs to be plugged in.
right by the generator,
Where's the generator?
by the
All
garage
right,
door.
like, I appreciate the feedback and like,
Right where the police car
we
is.
can't, like, we're just having a lot of people talking. People at home can't hear, those of you out there. I mean, no disrespect, but like, this is why I said at the beginning, like, this is a workshop discussion for council. I think we really need to try to stick to that. You know, we're not making a final decision tonight, so if there's further feedback, you know, we're open to it. But maybe the way we write it is it's stored in the garage, accessible with DPW escort. I mean,
Talk to AJ. And also we'll just need to continue to work with Garden Club to know what the needs are. Like, that was news to me that it needs plugged in. So then, you know, as we learned that it's TBD on when watering would happen. So it seems like it's hard to write a specific policy right now without knowing if this is a morning activity, because if it's a morning activity after 7 a.m., then Public Works is here and they can do it. If it's a night activity, then that's different. And so I think we just need to get a little bit more information before we can come up with the specifics, but it sounds like people are on board with allowing the cart to be stored somewhere. And we'll figure out the where and the how once we have more information. Is that accurate?
That's good. Thanks, Christine.
The next item is, should the borough delay the baskets being hung and in turn a day of watering? We request to be notified so that we can come to water. And should the borough damage or delay hanging the baskets that causes damage or demise as determined by the club, the borough will be held liable and pay to replace or fix the baskets. This one is just about, you know, the baskets are here, they'll be hung, you know, when Public Works basically has time and they're not mowing lawns or street cleaning or whatever. And so should, in that interim from when they're delayed to when they're hung, cause damage, the Garden Club is asking that the borough is responsible and fixes or replaces the baskets.
I don't have an issue with that.
And I don't see this being a problem.
I don't think it would even happen, yeah.
The other one is about emptying the baskets. So it says, what is the timeline to have the baskets emptied at the Art Street location? I want it to be understood that our club is mostly women teams and only a small number of men. Previous years, the borough workers have emptied these baskets. We request that the borough workers empty the basket due to the weight. And I think it's supposed to be transportation of these heavy baskets to the street sweeper area from where the baskets were placed in position. So what do we think about having Public Works handle plant material? The original agreement was that they would not. And so this would be a change to the agreement.
I mean, I'm a little concerned about adding additional work to them that, you know, they isn't in their typical roles, but I feel like they have a lot on their plates already. I want to work with the garden club as much as we can. I don't know what the solution is. I'm open to ideas.
I mean, this is a lot less work than last year, correct? Since they're not watering or anything, so it seems like we're already cutting their workload in half for
Well-
for the hanging baskets specifically. Because they were watering the baskets twice a day, I believe. They're watering the baskets twice a day, 7 days a week, even on Saturdays and Sundays. They don't have to do that anymore. So we cut, I'd say 60 to 70% of the work that they had to do for the hanging baskets out of what they had to do. So
We gotta look down the road too. We want them to build this pavilion too.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I mean,
there's only 3 guys. They can only do so much.
I agree with Ray. I mean, I think if we look at their full workload and what they do, what they have on their plate, especially in the summertime, I feel like it's a lot.
well, this only happens once a year, right? Once a year, 1 day.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It's a pretty small amount of time.
And we could show,
Relative,
we're showing them that we heard them, we heard their concerns about them having to come in and get paid overtime and work 7 days a week, watering these baskets twice a day, and it was taking away from a lot of the other stuff that they should have been doing in the town. We heard that and we fixed it. Now they don't have to water the baskets twice a day and they can focus on DPW stuff. But I mean, we still have issues and problems where we can't get rid of all their work.
They have no shortage of work.
No, I know they don't, but I mean, we
I have to say this, I had to take that emergency call there, but I was on the wrong line here. One time a year, I don't have a problem with DPW doing it.
yeah, I mean, their biggest concern, I believe, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Christine, was the watering of the baskets 2 times a day, 7 days a week. That was their biggest concern, correct?
I mean, I think it's larger than just that, which is, gets into personnel issues and not going to discuss that in open meeting.
Yeah.
But I mean, there is a concrete concern, and then there's the more abstract concerns. And, but yes, that was a concrete concern.
Okay, so we addressed one of their concrete concerns, not only theirs, but councils and everybody's, because it was a drain. It was an amount of money that we had to, absorb for hanging. We addressed it, so.
Well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong on the agreement that we had written up, Christine, but I think we had basically taken all of that work and time away from DPW, and that's what we were telling DPW is, hey, we're relieving you of all of this, so you can focus on your core duties, and we're gonna throw something back on them. I get that it's small. I'm just pointing that out, how that could be perceived, but
It's probably a couple hours worth of work.
yeah, I mean,
I don't have a problem with it personally.
And it's not time sensitive, is it? Since the plants are dead.
They're not doing nothing with the baskets afterwards, right? Gims will take care of all that. They just need to dump the baskets.
So if they're doing other work that needs to take priority, they could sit there with the old vegetation in them until they get to it. It's not like we're asking them to stop working on other stuff to get rid of this vegetation now. Correct? So.
Yeah, I think this is a good stepping stone. It might not be where we are one day in the future, but I think in terms of relieving some of the workload for DPW for the garden club specifically, we've still done a great deal of progress, and the garden club has done a great deal of progress. So I think this is still okay for this year, for right now, should the crew still be willing.
Emptying the baskets, is that something volunteers can just do? Aren't you just emptying the dirt out?
They are 80 pounds,
Oh, okay.
when built with full water and plant materials.
Oh, I'm saying like at the
So
end.
they're- I don't want
So-
to, I don't want to, I don't
Well,
want to divert. 'Cause Mr. Rapp-
We have like multiple conversations
Oh, I'm
going
sorry.
on,
Okay,
so
I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I said, okay, it's all right. That's all right.
I'm happy to answer questions after.
Oh, wow.
thank you, Kim. So we should not be having sidebar conversations.
Okay, I'm
just-
sorry. I'm sorry.
Guys,
Okay, I'm sorry.
so I think we're all on the same page on that one
Mhm.
to let it fly, let it, accept it as written.
One day, once a year. That's it.
So
So that's an okay. The next item is, while the baskets are being hung by borough workers, should they damage, drop, or destroy a basket and it results in destruction of the basket, garden club requests that president and vice president be notified immediately and discussions had regarding liability. We okay with that?
Yep.
Great. And then, not on the revision to the agreement, but just one other thing we need to decide. It sounds like it's probably been decided as a yes, we'll do it, but we need to figure out the specifics, is related to using the borough garage for storage of baskets during botany and booze, since it's right there and it's here. And so it sounds like, based on the conversation, that we're fine with that. We just need to work out where will they be stored in case of an emergency. We don't want to have to do that, and who's going to open the door and that kind of thing. Right?
Yeah.
You communicate it.
Yep, and communicate that out. All right, I'm finished.
I have a question about botany and booze. Are we allowing the use of the borough restrooms for botany and booze?
No, they're renting
Just
porta
placement of
potties
toilets, yeah.
that are gonna be placed in the parking lot, including an ADA.
That could be an
Facility.
issue because we have a lot of other groups that have events down here that we do let use the bathroom.
That was in the proposal they provided that we
Okay.
approved already, though.
Yeah, and it's,
I'm just saying that could follow, that could go and somebody could bring up like, well, then the bike derby doesn't get to use it, or
They're getting them.
the car cruise doesn't get.
I don't think that's on the topic of, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that's on the topic
Alright.
of what we're talking about. So, that could be brought up at a future meeting. So the next item is that everything? That's everything for Garden Club requests, right? So the next one is ALOM Scholarship, presented by Sylvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you all know, we have the spring conference coming up at Seven Springs, and we still have one scholarship which we're awarded every year. It is available. Last year, Trish took advantage of the scholarship. This year, we have the scholarship available again, and I would like to ask each person on this council, is anyone interested in that scholarship? That will include your conferences only, not your food, not your travel, not your lodging. It is strictly conferences, and it will be from April 7th through the 10th.
I'll pass on that, but I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, is anybody interested in going? Right? Vince,
I'm interested, but unavailable that weekend, unfortunately, so.
Really
Dave?
close.
That's for the conference up at Seven Springs?
Right.
right,
You have to pay for it.
Yeah, I know. I could let you know if nobody else is
okay.
gonna take it.
Rhoda,
Take a pass.
Trish,
I'll go if no one's gonna go, but I feel like I'm taking advantage since I just took advantage last.
Okay.
Christine, would
My
this be-
final line with that is, if no one on the board is interested, Christine is interested in going, and I think that would be, personally, I
Oh,
think it'd be
very
wonderful,
nice, yeah.
wonderful.
Except,
She's new here, she'd be great.
except that I got the weekends mixed up and I will be in a cave that weekend.
Will she be?
In a cave,
Oh, gee. okay.
take us with you.
Vacation.
I'm busy.
Far
Oh,
away.
Yeah, but I will literally be in a cave too.
Oh. I'll come rescue you.
So I have to respectfully say thank you, but I'm unavailable. So,
Okay.
so Mayor or Trish, sounds like you two are interested all.
You guys can sidebar and decide later, but there's the interest probably. with just
Okay,
the
so
two.
we have a possible interest. Let me know, and then I can notify Halon. How's that? Okay. All right, thank you on that subject. Next subject would be newsletter. We're currently working on the next edition, and I'll just be quick here. Ads and articles are going to be due on Monday, May the 2nd. So if you can get them to us even sooner, we'll take them. Chamber of Commerce, the next meeting is going to be on Tuesday, April the 19th. And the Easter egg hunt will be on Saturday, April 16th. And that will be at 11 a.m. And the fire truck will bring in the Easter bunny. They will arrive here at the Borough Building. Historical Society, the next meeting will be held Thursday, April 21, 7 p.m. here in the Borough Building. And we do have a speaker coming from the Heinz History Center, and the topic is to be announced. Twin Borough Ministries, the community dinner will be tomorrow at the Methodist Church from 4:30 to 6:30. And soups are still available. And if you want to purchase soups, just call Shirley Davis, 412-828-3412 to place your order. And the last thing would be, okay, well, that would take care of that. And then for ALOM, or I'm sorry, for the meeting that we had, the community meeting, we did a draft policy for the Cribsfield marquee sign. And I'll just read it, it's very brief. Cribsfield digital sign is owned and operated by the Borough of Verona to provide community-sponsored advertising only. No commercial advertising will be shown on the sign. Showings may include amber and silver alerts, community events, emergency public service announcements, employee or community member highlights, etc. The number of showings and the dwell times will be by default be similar, but Borough reserves the right to make modifications. Example, increase the showings or dwell times for an upcoming Borough event. Requests for Cribsfield digital sign must be submitted to the Verona Borough office. Once approved, showings will show for 3 months or until the event or deadline, whichever comes first. Requests may be resubmitted every 3 months. And this is the policy that we worked with, and we had a couple other issues, but those will be discussed at another time. So if there are any other comments or questions at this time, I will be glad to take them.
Are we able to put up amber and silver alerts in real time for us to post and have available?
Yes, we can put amber alerts up.
And who puts up amber and who?
Christine does.
So that might be challenging the in real time part, because if it's a weekend and I'm not next to my phone, then
Right.
it's not going up.
Sure. But it's one of the things that can't go up. I get it.
Well, thank you, Sylvia, for this, for putting this together and presenting this. I think this is pretty solid. My one question, or I have a couple questions. The first question is, it says it says community events, no commercial, community sponsored advertising only, no commercial advertising. includes community events. I'm a little bit worried that it's kind of open-ended as far as community events, because could this include political events? Could this include questionable events that someone's putting on if a group says, hey, I have this community event and it's, let's say it's offensive, to some people, or I don't know, or if it's just political, if it's one party or another, and we are advertising that on their behalf, are we going to be seen as supporting one party or the other? I'm wondering if we maybe want to.
Well, we can add that, David.
I want to make sure we keep neutrality and keep controversial or questionable events out of there. So I don't know if we want to keep that to events permitted on borough property, or I don't know. I'm open to ideas there. When I read that, it
You could always have no political,
Yeah, factual
We can add
information.
no, and include, where the no's are, no political advertisements, whatever. We can mark that on there.
Or unsavory ads.
Well, I mean, the only trouble there is who's calling that unsavory? We're leaving it to
Well,
Christine?
I mean, whoever's getting the applications, do you think council's gonna get all these applications to review?
If it's factual informational, I don't think, that's as neutral as it gets. Join us for this, we need that, don't forget about that. I think that's, best use of the space.
I mean, that's why
Personally.
you have to, I think we have to let our borough manager manage.
When
We
we
don't-
get one, yeah,
We don't have. borough
We have
manager.
one in training, so.
fair enough.
No
No offense, it's.
Yeah, I know, but I consider her, she's doing management duties, so I consider her managing the borough now, so. I mean, and we have to let them do it. We can't limit it to certain. I agree with the political thing. No politics should be on
No,
there.
we can add that. That's not a problem.
Well,
And then we could just put, unsavory or offensive, no
Right.
offensive material or negative ads,
Unfavorable.
unfavorable, and then Christine can filter it, and if she has questions, she could bring it to council. Or if she is unsure of something, like, hey, I'm not sure about this, what do you guys think?
In my eyes, that adds her as an 8th member of council, where I think it's factual, informational, it's indisputable, it's neutral information. That's probably best content for that. Community sponsored advertising, I'm still maybe not understanding that.
Like
that-
church dinners,
Got it.
we have community dinners at the church all the
Pick up
time,
dinners on this day at this time. Got
and
it.
it's free food for the community, like you don't, there's no
There's no charge.
application process or
Yes.
anything. so.
Yep.
And I guess I would just clarify then, if there is something that's sponsored by a church, like a community dinner, that would be permitted, but not come join us for services on Sunday at 10 a.m.
Oh, no.
So nothing
Not-
like-
we
nothing
weren't
like
even
that.
thinking anything
It's
like that.
really just, we have free meals for people who need it, come get them.
Right.
Community events, yeah.
Yes, it's strictly for the community, that's all.
Do you feel, Christina, that's specific enough that you can?
I do. I mean, I think we can create a form and a fillable form that's automatically sent to the borough with the new website that will just allow people to submit I think we do need probably a little bit more information that's like not about policy, that's really getting into the implementation part, like you only get 30 characters or 60 characters or whatever it is, because if they put a dissertation on there, then you
Yeah.
read it. So
Well, yeah.
so I think there's some of that, but that's on my end, and I can, not in the next 2 weeks, but soon write up some thing that indicates, character limits or what have you.
Could you email council the specs of the sign, like pixel area and
I don't,
like how many characters you can put on and stuff, so.
I don't have that. I need to, I mean.
When
the
you
pixel-
do,
pixel
can you
stuff.
share that with us?
Yes, and I will also admit that's like super far down on my priority list because, well, I will share my priority list with council at a future executive session and you will see why that is very low on the totem pole.
I wonder if Matt might actually have those specs also.
He'll have some of it, but he didn't provide like pixel area, but they didn't provide anything about this is the number of characters you have or anything like that. It's just.
Blind, here you go.
Excuse me, Christine, what we can do is, nothing would go up there until you critique it. How would that be?
Well,
if
I'll
you-
have to critique it because I could put it up there anyway.
Right, but I mean, it would go to you before it would go up on the sign.
Yeah.
So if you saw it was in some way offensive, you can call me and say, we're not doing this. But I certainly, with common sense, I would not pick something that was off the chart. We're talking strictly community things, garden club, botany and booze, just different functions that go on in the community. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think this, like the offensive part's gonna be such an issue, but I think it's smart to just think about how we would handle something that some may view offensive and consider that for when it happens.
Well, nothing will go up there until the event now, so. Is that okay?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, this concludes my reports. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next item, item 18, second to last, is hiring of more police officers, Mayor Recupero.
This will go with number 19 to 18 and 19 priorities. I have two officers that I need to replace. I need to hire some part-time officers. And I know, Joey, I met with you and your committee and the priorities that we went over some, the benefits and kind of put it on 3 or 4, but I need them soon so I could put a package together, in order to hire some officers to get their attention of what we're offering. So Dave, you and I talked last night. You're not sure of which committee that would actually be, to sit down and, hire some, part-time officers.
Yeah, I think
So,
for this case, we may want to have like an ad hoc committee comprised of like you and since employment agreements and contracts falls under finance now, maybe you, Joey, Ray's on public safety, the 3
yeah,
of you.
that's fine. I know we discussed that last night.
And then
I wasn't
maybe,
sure.
I don't know, I was just thinking about this after we talked. And then maybe either myself and or Christine. I don't know that either of us necessarily need to be there, but
No.
the 3 of you plus, that could be the ad hoc committee for hiring.
I'll
since
just
this
go
is-
over
this is
what
a-
we need and, where we're gonna put it. It is at the police academy. And everybody can spread the word that we're looking for part-timers. I've already put it out, to some friends of mine that are in law enforcement, that, hey, we're looking for, part-time officers.
Yeah, and as far as the interviewing and
Right.
the hiring process, it would be that committee. I mean, does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
And I mean, do you have a problem with that or?
No, whatever you have for notes, compile notes, type them up, prepare them, and we can, discuss and move forward.
Ray, are you
I'm
okay
okay
with
with that.
that?
Well,
Okay.
you,
Should the
notes as
chief
far
be
as,
involved with that or?
notes as far as hiring, is that what you're saying?
Any of the pieces of it, yeah.
Yeah, basically is where do you want to put it at? I mean, I know when I did it, I've done it for 20 years. I was head of the police committee. We always put it in the paper and over the police academy. But, times have changed. Now you got all these websites like Indeed and stuff like that. I don't know if that's proper places to put it, advertise for employment. There's a lot of new places out there is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of. Let's
Okay.
put it that way. you younger guys and ladies are more aware of where we could possibly advertise, so to speak. And not only in Allegheny County, we're gonna advertise in Butler, Westmoreland. So, yeah, other communities, not just Allegheny County.
So, would Christine be putting out the advertisements?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
assuming.
If I'm putting
So-
out the advertisements, then I'd at least like to sit in on the meetings that are discussing.
Yeah,
Right.
I
The
would,
the work that I need to do.
Right.
Like, I mean, I don't need to interview people per se. 'cause
No,
that's
the
not my
committee
thing,
does
my
that,
wheelhouse,
yeah.
But if there's something that it directly impacts me, I
So-
want to hear it firsthand.
and
Yeah.
Ray mentioned the chief. I mean, the chief
That don't
should,
come in until we actually get the applicants in and,
but as far as interviews, he would be,
if he wanted to, yeah, but,
Yeah.
yeah,
okay.
that's not a problem.
Is
Um,
the Civil Service Commission involved?
No, civil service is only involved if you're hiring full-time, and you have to have 3 full-time officers in order for civil service to be activated. And the police chief is included as a full-time officer. So we would have 3 full-time officers. And then that's when, if we were hiring full-time, that's when civil service is activated and they take over everything. And they make recommendations to council, is how it works.
Yeah, that's a good question that
Yeah,
I had asked the mayor last night, so that's good to know.
May I offer a suggestion for future budgetary considerations that was recently discussed at the local government academy? They suggested considering paying for the cost of the academy in exchange for some years of service.
academy could cost $5,000-6,000.
I realize that. So future.
What, sorry, what's,
The police academy, she said, reimburse or pay for the police academy, but it's like $5,000-7,000 now.
Like recruit locally at the high school, graduating seniors who may be considering this career.
oh, you're saying recruit them, pay for them to go to the academy?
Yeah, like Penn
and-
Hills, City of
Right.
Pittsburgh, they
Yeah.
pay for,
I mean,
recruits.
Yeah, but what commitment do you have? I mean, what guarantee that you're gonna
Well,
stay?
see, that's the other thing, but that's in our packet, the
They'd have to be
agreement.
invested probably within,
Right.
Yeah.
if not, we would not pay for those costs.
No
Right.
way, yeah.
Well, we just needed basically an agreement made. We got a pretty good policy for part-timers. They get holiday pay and I'm not gonna go over everything, but they get, uniform allowance and I just need something in place where we could, put that maybe into the advertisement where they will catch somebody's attention, because a lot of communities, they only pay X amount of dollars an hour and that's it. You're on your own.
Yeah, so I think, if I'm understanding correctly, we were sort of had maybe in the back burner or a distant priority, like developing descriptions or agreements, that sort of thing. This is coming up now because we need to hire 2 people.
Right.
So it's now becoming more of an urgent issue. So we need to have, I mean, we kind of know what the current officers get, but just writing that down, looking at whether there's anything else that needs to be included in that.
And it makes them more attractive.
the
Somebody's
benefits.
looking for employment. They say, oh, wow, they got, 8 benefits here, that
Yeah,
I can.
so just formulating that benefit package description and including it in the advertiser. Maybe it's something that gets brought up later, but at least having it ready for
Right.
the hiring process. So.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's all I have.
okay. So I'll trust that Mayor Ray, Joey with Christina as needed for the advertising, we'll get together, meet as needed, discuss, steps forward to that.
And I have chief, if interested in the interview.
Chief
process.
optional, yeah. So, okay. Is that everything?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right, we made it to the end, just a minute shy of 11 o'clock. Yeah, we still got 2 resolutions. Or, oh, wait, did I? No, I didn't skip anything. Okay. The first resolution presented by Trish Showalter, the resolution to accept free LTAP training for roadway inventory and assessment for staff. Do you want to go ahead and explain that or offer any other comments?
Yes, Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. So I'll be brief. I did email this out to everyone. The reason we have to decide tonight is because the online training is the date of our next business meeting. So LTAP, as I've mentioned in past conversations, is the local technical assistance program. It's a free state program that's affiliated with PennDOT that solely exists for empowering municipalities with skills for various things. So this one in particular is related to infrastructure. So this is a class for assessing our roads, road surface management program development. So again, this would be April 12th. In past conversations, we did decide that the inventory of our roads should be a high priority, but we didn't exactly decide who would do it. I think a good choice would be to have our DPW team take advantage of this training. And after which we can also request a free on-site visit where a member from LTAP would actually come out and work with the team and teach them in person, hands-on, how to do this assessment. And then hopefully begin to make progress on that inventory from there. So that is a bit more about the virtual class. And then this is just what the page looks like to request the free on-site visit in order to learn how to do these things consistently in accordance with PennDOT's system and requirements for assessing roadways. And then hopefully, time willing, by the end of the year, we would have significant progress on that aspect of our inventorying. So I had Christine write this up as a resolution for tonight, hoping that we can move forward and have DPW go ahead and register for this course. What questions or comments can I take?
Are they interested in taking the course? Okay,
Yeah,
all three of them or just or AJ?
I would suggest all three.
Oh, have they been asked though?
We thought it was most appropriate to first discuss if there's the will of council before approaching our steps.
Okay.
The only constraint I can imagine is heading into spring, there may be other priorities, but
Oh,
Trish, may I share? And I do apologize for springing this on you. I learned about this afternoon.
uh-oh.
No, it's freaking awesome.
Okay.
If I were Ray, it's a different word.
Hey, you wanna
Right
go
under
home?
the bus.
Yeah.
It's time for me to leave.
Ray only got one more to go.
Yeah, I've been good.
So there's this company called Robotics that uses artificial intelligence to do pavement assessments. So I was like, I bet this costs an arm and a leg. It doesn't. It's $100 per center line mile. So if we have 10 miles of roadway, which is approximately what we have, it's $1,000. And it is so cool. It was like, so what they give you an app. It's on your phone. I would do this because frankly, I want to drive around on other roads myself. You put the cell phone in the window, it records video footage. And they give you turn-by-turn navigation because it's like hooked up with their system. Takes all the footage, you upload that to Robotics. They do a quality check to make sure your video is good. If your video is not good in certain segments, they'll tell you, hey, we need to go back on Church Street and like redo church. So you do that, you upload it. Then what they do is they take photos of every 10-foot section of road and they rate each 10-foot section on a 1 to 5 scale. I forget if 1 is good or 5 is good, but doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
And then they, but that's not how people pave typically. So they will do a segment analysis, and segments can be predetermined by us or intersection to intersection. And then they'll basically average the 10-foot chunks within that intersection to intersection. And now the whole road is a 3 or the whole road is a 2 or whatever it is. And then, so first of all, like it's quick. It would be about, I don't know what, 2 hours to drive on every single road in town at a reasonable speed. And then of course, uploading. And then they promise within 30 days, and they said, because it's such a small town, it'd probably be like 2 weeks, but they don't know what else is in the queue at this point. They would return the data to us in 2 ways. One would be via their platform, where we could see it mapped and we have unlimited number of users and that kind of thing. So you'd see a map of, I presume it's color coded, but I don't know that for sure yet, showing what each road is. They also provide an Excel file of the ratings of each of the segments so that You can sort it and slice it and dice it how you want. And then they also produce, and this part is like super awesome. They will give us what's called a shape file, which is basically a kind of file that goes into mapping software. So that when we eventually buy software, which I'm gonna ask y'all for in a couple of weeks, then we could just pull the map up. We can put the map on the website when it's released. People can go on there, look at it and say, oh, my road is rated as a 3. There's no way it's being paved anytime soon. My road is rated as a 5, so it's bad. I know it's bad. It's rated as bad. My street is like gonna be prioritized over these other ones. And that's pretty incredible to get that level of product for, about $1,000. And it would take, what is it, like a month, and we would have the whole entire town assessed in a uniform way. I think it's pretty cool. I'm not saying don't do this LTAP thing. I mean, like that could still be really useful for Public Works to just be, just like for their own professional development. But I think in terms of like getting to where it sounds like you want to go with getting good road assessments sooner rather than later, particularly if we are bringing an annual paving budget back next year. I don't know, that's for the will of council to decide.
Right.
Then this will get us there really fast and give us great resources already digitized for really not that much money.
No, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. I'm all for
And I really, and I'm so sorry, I literally just found out. I like did an online thing. They're gonna contact me for the rest of my life this weekend. And they reached out and we spoke, and it was like, I couldn't believe it was $100 per mile.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Are there like software license fees or anything?
So on their platform, no, they give it to
Oh.
you free for a year, so you can do whatever you want for a year on their
Wow.
platform. But then, like, I'm hoping we can get GIS. It's $500 for the year, and they would give us a shape file that would work with GIS, and then we would just have it. And we would also then have like the road shape file. So, I mean, I'm not gonna geek out on this, even though it's very exciting. But it would really be a great asset for beginning to then map out assets related to roads and,
Cut our community work in half.
Yeah, that's, that would be awesome.
Love it.
That,
If we could also have maybe the borough crew drive the vehicle, maybe do the route they do for something, just to kind of two
Yeah,
birds with one
street
stone.
sweeping.
So we can understand, what it looks like.
I think Christine just really wants to drive all the roads.
I do want to drive. on the roads. Well, 'cause sometimes people are like, that thing over by the blah, 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 and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, because I haven't driven on that alleyway yet. So I
Yeah.
kind of just want to drive on every single road and have it not just be me taking a joyride.
So, I guess in light of that, that's,
Well, the only thing that doesn't do well is brick roads. They don't assess brick roads. They'll just get like you don't get a score. Other than that, they can assess. Anything,
Okay.
even if it's like
There's-
in serious disrepair, if it was ever paved or concreted at any point, and there's like a remnant of it, it will pick it up and assess.
Okay, well, that makes sense. That probably might extend to like our public dock area, like areas that are heavily gravelled, maybe, so a hand-in-hand approach sounds like a good path moving forward. So thank you for that. Definitely keep us posted. I'm gonna go ahead and still make that motion that we go ahead and have our staff take advantage of the free LTAP training opportunity.
Second,
Second. Oh,
don't matter.
sorry, I wasn't even prepared for a motion. Sorry. It's been a long meeting without any motions, and so the first is by Trish, second is by Vince. Any questions or comments? I'm just, my only thing would be, would we want to, like, it's unclear whether they want to do it. Do we want to just kind of say, hey, here's this training,
We want
we'll
you to go.
support you.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like a mandatory thing, right? We're offering that up, right? I'm just.
I think
Is
it's
this
better for
during
the
the,
town, so
is
we
this
have
while
to-
they're working? Or is this extra time?
Free.
It's the morning of our business meeting.
You know.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just.
Right, once again, you are in control. You say, hey, there's this seminar coming up. We want either one of you to go or all three of you to go. And it's on this date at such and such time.
For the betterment of the town. so.
Exactly, and their job too. I mean, no, I'm looking at the whole board. I mean,
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
you're the boss. If you want them to go, you say, we want you to, we want you going
Are
to
you,
this.
you're not, are you directing that at me or? just-
No, I'm talking to everybody.
Yeah.
I'll look over there.
No, I just wanted, never mind.
I mean, certainly if
I'm-
there's an emergency or there's some other pre-existing training, I mean, there's certain reasons that are completely understandable, but
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't want to go.
that's my
I
thinking.
mean,
I don't think
I'd want to leave the place for, half a day or whatever.
It's online. but
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, it's online. Oh,
Yeah,
Less
so,
exciting.
Never leave the farm.
never mind. No, I mean, they should go.
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor.
Motion, yeah. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passed. Next is resolution to exempt AJ Demore Tower from local ordinance requiring each unit be inspected prior to sale and decision to amend local ordinance to exempt structures from the ordinance if they are federally regulated.
Want me to talk through this one?
Sure.
Yeah, so there are two bits to this. There's, what Mr. Webster spoke about at the start, about exempting AJ Demore Tower from those title transfer inspections at this time because they are so regulated. And then the second piece is so that we don't find ourselves in the situation. Now, right now, they're the only, it's the only housing stock in town that is federally regulated. But should there become another housing development that is federally regulated, do we just want to preempt it now and say, like, if there is another federally regulated building, that it too would be exempt from that? Like, basically, they're exempt from our rent regulations because their standards are so much more stringent than ours.
Isn't the garden apartments regulated also?
That one's not, there are individual, my understanding is it's market rate housing that happens to be affordable. And that some individuals living there do receive a housing choice voucher. And so those individual households may be subsidized with public funds. But the whole entire structure is not.
Okay.
Whereas like AJ Demore got money directly from the feds to construct it and actually, because it's a LIHTC project, also to maintain it. Operations, that kind of thing.
And so what kind of money are we talking for Demore tires?
What do you mean?
I mean, we inspect the whole building or do we inspect the,
Not gonna inspect anything.
We don't inspect anything.
We're not gonna do anything.
We do currently inspect.
Oh,
it.
now, yeah.
We
yeah, that's
do.
what I mean.
I think it's every room the way that they were talking.
But this, if you go by the letter of the law, it's, we would be inspecting every single unit. And it's $75 a pop, and we're charging over $4,000 for inspections of rental units on a highly regulated building.
Okay, let me run this scenario by you, and Raymond, you could jump in on this. And you'd have to ask Craig if we could do this. If this board chooses to, I gotta stand, my hips are hurting after 5 hours. If the board decides to, have them exempt, I'd like to see the borough come back and say, you know what, we'll give you the exemption, but you gotta put a generator in that place. How many times you've gone down there, Ray, as fire chief, fireman, and have to literally carry people down in a wheelchair because they have no generator there.
No emergency.
And when that place was built, they still wouldn't put one in, a generator. And it's for not only the safety of them, but the safety of our fire, departments to go in there. I mean, somebody's gonna get hurt, pull a muscle in their back, carrying people down.
Is
And
that
God
something-
forbid if it was actually a fire. Luckily, you've only had water damage that you'd had to carry people
Kitchen
down.
fires or something.
Yeah,
nothing major,
kitchen
right?
fire. Cause I was down there at those times. And maybe it's like a bargaining thing, hey, we would like to, and I'm sure Mark Stanton actually told us that there are funds, and he's even told them you could get federal funds for a generator down there.
I can ask Craig if it's legal to make that request. I mean,
It's just something to think about.
this particular request, they're set to close on April 2nd or April, I thought it was 2nd, but that's Saturday. That doesn't make sense. But it's early in April. And so they need a decision. And I mean, I actually have strong opinions about this. My previous role was working in this space. And so I do have some background knowledge on this, and it is in the 40 or so communities I've worked in across the country that all had federally regulated buildings. The municipality did not regulate them because they were already regulated by the federal government. And so it is highly unusual that we are subjecting them to our regulations. So from my perspective, this is sort of a no-brainer. Like, we just need to back off because they are so strictly regulated by the feds. And I mean, I think we can make the suggestion on it, but I don't know, like, from my perspective, and I don't vote, to me, it's not,
Not a bargain.
They're
it's
not-
not a bargaining chip.
Yeah,
To
they're not
me,
tax exempted, are they?
no, they still.
They
they
said they're a
still-
nonprofit.
Well, they are a nonprofit, so they may be tax exempt, but I would need to check on that.
Then I would suggest that if the board is going to give them the exemption, when the new company comes in, possibly get Mike to go down there and talk to them about putting one in, for the safety of the, what is there, 60 units down there, I believe? 61
They can
units
afford to
down
buy it,
there,
they can
and the
afford it.
safety of the fire department also.
EMS, everything.
Good idea.
And EMS, yeah,
Very good idea.
yeah.
And again, I'm sure they have the money.
Well, Mark Stanton says that there's money available through the, federal government for places like that, but the Mortar apparently never, pursued it. I'm not sure on that, but
That's for the safety of those individuals.
this
that
is
are
for the
living there.
safety of everybody. That's all. I just wanted to make that comment.
Good comment. Very good.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to accept that.
I'll second that.
To
I have
accept the resolution?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Christine used ordinance is misspelled in the title.
Oh, Christine.
So I'm telling her now, before we approve everything, she can just fix it real quick.
We gotta start all over again.
No,
We
it's
gotta
just,
start back
it's
over.
just the N and the A were.
No, that's cool. Thank you for that, and
So
I second it.
first by Ray, second by Vince. Any questions or comments? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passed. Excuse me. All right, council will now hear comments from the public. At this time, please approach the podium or raise your virtual hand. Clearly state your name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
We have no virtual hands raised.
That's why I said if they're still
Everybody
awake.
fell asleep.
We have one member of public.
One.
Maria.
Ray Homa?
Yes.
Hi, folks. Let's see, am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, Rhea Homa, 742 Brunot Street. There have been a lot of interesting things discussed tonight, but I'd like to make a comment on the situation regarding the salt shed. I've heard the conversation and I understand the concerns posed by council. My requests and recommendations are that the council considers a fully enclosed salt shed and immediately begins evaluating other possible locations to store the municipality's salt that are not in a flood zone. Using a 3-sided enclosure and storing salt in a flood zone not only wastes material, but also poses environmental risks to humans, aquatic life, riparian life forms, and soil health. It takes only 1 teaspoon of road salt to permanently pollute 5 gallons of water. Once in the water, there is no biological system to remove the chloride, so salinity continues to increase. and at high concentrations, chloride can harm fish and plant life, contaminate drinking water, and ruin soil health, which is incredibly difficult to reverse and has its own slew of negative ramifications. I bet you wish you didn't have such a long meeting tonight so that I wouldn't have had so much time to do research on this. So, but I've got some more things for you to hear. Salt pollution is a big deal. In a 2014 study by the US Geological Survey, it was found that 84% of the urban streams studied had rising chloride levels and 29% exceeded federal safety guidelines. Pollution from road salt was pinpointed as the source. And even low concentrations can produce harmful effects of freshwater ecosystems. 40% of urban streams in the US already have chloride levels that exceed the safe guidelines for aquatic life. Are we going to add to that? I think it is the responsibility of council and the borough to be responsible caretakers of their polluting materials and responsible stewards of the river and ecosystems that their decisions impact. I support Councilwoman Trish's request to begin evaluating alternative locations immediately. I am disappointed that council is encouraging a quick response over a well thought out and responsible decision to seek alternative locations and a responsible solution. I highly oppose the storage of salt along any body of water, even temporarily, especially considering that we are in this current stressful situation due to a previously temporary agreement. So historically, temporary solutions have not worked regarding the salt pile, and without pressure from a neighboring borough, all but kicking us out of our current location, what reassurance do we as residents have that the reestablishment of the salt pile along the river will in fact be a temporary solution? Are we talking a temporary solution for 1 year? Is that going to turn into 3 or 4 like the Oakmont situation? Is it going to be longer without another borough's pressure? This is not acceptable. This building needs to be a fully enclosed structure, not built in a flood zone, and with adequate measures taken to minimize pollution that threaten our local ecosystem and human health of those living downstream from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, we have Daniel Jacko.
Hello, it's Laura Jacko. I just didn't take the time to change the name on there. 437 North Avenue. I will not be putting on my video because I'm about 3 minutes away from going to sleep. Man, you guys must have really good times talking to each other. Anyways, I just wanted to agree with everything that Rhea said and encourage you strongly to listen to what she had to add to the conversation. I know that she's very good at researching these sorts of things and putting together really well-reasoned arguments. Just there's a reason why the phrase salting the earth is a thing. This is not, even though these materials can seem benign because we use them all the time, that doesn't mean that they still don't need to be handled with care and that they can't have really detrimental impacts. And then of course, I know we don't have money to just throw around. So at the end of the day, if you're thinking about economics, I'm sure we don't want to spend a lot of money on salt to just have it dissolve into the river. So yeah, I would definitely just agree with everything that she said. And then secondly, I heard a lot of discussion tonight about different people using the borough garage for different things. And I just want to just take a moment to spotlight all of the people in our community who work so tirelessly to help the borough. I know that we have some financial issues going on, and there's just been a lot of community members who have really stepped up to do their best to try and help keep this a nice place to live while we're trying to get some things sorted out. And I think that maybe sometimes that gets forgotten, and not singling out any particular person, just I think overall, we should really have a thankful attitude towards some of these groups. And I do think a compromise can be come to for using storage space that's intended for outdoor maintenance and landscaping items. I don't think that personally that it's a really hard ask to store landscaping and borough maintenance items in a borough garage when people are out of the kindness of their hearts offering to do something for free so that we can have a nice town. So thank you so much for your thoughtfulness to all of the groups. I'm not even going to single out a specific group, but to all of the groups that use their volunteer time and effort to do really nice things for us. And I would really like to encourage everybody to work nicely with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anyone from the public in person? All right.
Motion to go to bed.
Motion to adjourn.
That's a good one, Joe. Go to bed.
First by Joey, second by Sylvia. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Thank you all for your patience and participation, and have a good night.
I think we might have set a record tonight.
Yep.
11:26 PM.
Did you want to go? You want to share it?
I know. Life's just sweet.
Yep.
Right?
I can look that up.
I know, listen, I can take it. I just,
Uh-huh.
phone's almost good for that.
Yes. I'll call you.
Hi.
I'd rather
Hi.
call and talk to you.